Oh, it's live, and we're kind of live.
We're kind of live. Okay.
Okay, there we go. We're live. I'll let you kick things off while I get the link shared.
And good evening, y'all. Welcome, sons and daughters of Liberty 2020 year in review. You know what a year it has been. It's been kind of a I don't know how you could say a I think we're gonna kick things off with
A bang? Oh, my bad. Is that too soon?
the biggest WTF moment of the year.
COVID?
What would be the biggest WTF moment of the year? I think that one's probably going to be um, is in my eyes would probably be um, the the one for the century.
Oh, yeah.
Or yeah, I'd probably say that. Um, the elections would definitely be the the first one, but you actually have to go back as a year in review. You actually have to go back to middle of October of 2019 to really set the tone of where 2020 was actually going to go.
Oh, yeah.
There was that spraying operation that actually started out on the West Coast, and it came all the way across from border to border, north to south, and it covered everything west of the Mississippi River. How do I know this? Because I watched it. Lots of people were talking about these very, very large planes flying, some extremely high altitude, some flying in grid patterns across the skies of Kansas. Some even reported these drones doing grid pattern type procedures over the Kansas skies as well. This all started in beginning of October last year. People started getting sick at around the same time. People were not putting the pieces of the puzzle together that the sickness was real. So we continue on. No doctors are getting this diagnosis. Nobody seems to figure this out. And things really take a pretty substantial twist right around going into December. People start getting violently sick, and people begin to die, starting in the Portland and Seattle area. People are not, you don't ordinarily associate severe acute respiratory illnesses from onset to death so rapidly. But this is how that happened. Many people, including both Drew and myself, both got very, very ill. Yet, strangely and ironically enough, nobody seemed to want to talk about this, or want to go into this and go into great detail about just how nasty this actually was. Um, we've seen a lot of questions that people simply wanted answers. However, we didn't get them. As Christmas went on into, as we got into the Christmas holidays, people seemed to keep getting sicker and sicker and sicker. But no legit notifications as to what we were dealing with. Hospitals full, long lines full, celebrities dropping from this as well, some not necessarily dropping over dead. However, many ended up falling to this. And these were people who have notoriously had very, very robust immune systems, or so we thought, anyhow, and would not fall for something like this. But they ultimately would go down to things like this. What a lot of people don't realize is that it was September of last year that there was also a very serious breach at a very mysterious, innocuous building in Wuhan, China. A very serious security breach. How do I know about this? Because this is the same building in the same place that there have been multiple other breaches in the security over the past 5 years. But it had only elevated from a level 3 biolab to a level 4 in the last year. The year in which that it took for it to upgrade from a level 3 to a level 4 biolab. And this is also the same, just so that everybody's on the same page here. This Wuhan lab is also, if people would stop and think, everybody remembers Dolly, the sheep, that sheep, the world's first cloned sheep. This is the exact same lab that cloned Dolly, as well as designer dogs. Yes, that is such a thing, designer dogs. This lab was doing these things. How does that happen? Who's funding? All kinds of questions could be asked there. However, the biggest question is, what does the world gain by yet one more bio weapon? Who's behind it? Well, there's a lot of people that could be brought up on the could be brought up as suspect. A lot of people you could point fingers at, and you might be right, you might be wrong. But it wasn't until along about early January that we all began to hear about Corona or CV-19. Let me give you all a little reminder. The area at the top of a cell phone tower is called the corona.
Well, I mean, you have the corona of the eye.
A SARS virus or coronavirus, whichever one you want to discuss, however you want to label it, is a severe acute respiratory virus or SARS. We've seen a couple of different variants over the last few years. N1, H1, West Nile.
SARS itself.
Now we have CV-19. And what is CV-19 614G going to be? Judging by the timeline and the way that things are moving out, could that be CV 19 2.0? There's a lot of speculation there. But we look at how quickly it brought an end to 150-year-old businesses, and not just here in the Midwest, where I'm talking about, but I'm talking all across this great nation and really all around
Across
this
the
world. We witnessed many large names, channels get throttled and ultimately deplatformed. Going back to the topic which I have talked about ad nauseum, probably the number one topic on my channel, all of a sudden, the biggest one came the advent of, oh, we all got to wear a mask. Well, folks, a mask is just that. It is a mask. It is meant to muzzle you, censor you. And we talked about that just a little bit. And the area in which the mask actually does, it does alter your voice inflection, your vocal inflection, your tonal inflection, and it also alters your vocal performance overall. And people are not seeing this. They're not seeing a whole lot of the entire situation. You know, there's too much within just that one little segment. And as we've seen, sporting events. Mysteriously, Daytona 500 had already ran. One of the largest sporting events, maybe next to the Super Bowl. It attracts the most people uh, across all sporting uh, spectrums. It's the number one selling uh, ticket out there next to the Super Bowl
Oh, next to
and
Indianapolis too.
maybe the Rose Bowl. Um, Football was in the bag. Daytona was in the rearview mirror. And we seem to manage to get a little ways into the NASCAR season. Well, then there was the great noose. That wasn't. Yeah, I went there. Trust me, I'm not going to stay there long. Um, but there was a lot of things that could have and should have, but I have hypotheses and theories about that situation too, but they're mine and they're going to stay just that. They're going to stay mine. Um, we also look at how many. What are you trying to do there, Drew?
No,
I can't hear you.
nothing. Am I muted?
Oh, hey, that's actually good news. Browns make it to
Well, they haven't made it yet.
into the playoffs. Hey,
They haven't
one
made it
second, I
yet.
got to.
No, I think I'm being kind of shadow banned on Twitter.
Do I have audio now?
Yeah, you do. Or is my audio out?
Hey, say something, Drew.
Is my audio out?
Okay, I can hear static. Your mic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, now I hear you.
Like I said, now I'm coming in good.
Um, there is also changes in leadership and leadership structure. Also, after a botched hurt on a national leader in North Korea. Conveniently, right shortly after a quote unquote historical meeting with President Moon of South Korea, North Korean leadership all of a sudden needs emergency heart surgery, and it was by a Chinese doctor. Coincidentally, have you seen that doctor alive, or have you seen that doctor since that heart surgery, Drew?
Nope.
Can you vouch for his personal safety or that of his family?
No, but I also noticed a lot this year as the year started going on more and more. We started getting less information, less news from anything across our borders.
Um,
I mean, unless you were talking to people, I mean, most people didn't know that there was huge protests and rioting going on in Germany, France.
Germany is a um
We kind of had a media blackout, still do to a certain point.
Germany is here's another interesting thing about 2020. You had German Chancellor Angela Merkel, great granddaughter to one Adolf Hitler, and Theresa May, both whom share bloodline. Who would have seen that one coming? Who also happens to be relation to another prominent name in American power hierarchy with three initials. I'm going to be real gentle with this one because you say that name the wrong way. You fall in the shower with because of a loaded bar of soap, if you get my drift. It's kind of like that young 19-year-old out in Utah today. First of all, Drew, how does a 19-year-old college student who is on a scholarship, mind you, how does a 19-year-old acquire a pistol and inadvertently shoot himself severe enough that he dies almost from, I got one other place I forgot to share this link to.
Now, how did he acquire the pistol? Did he buy it from a gun store? Because, I mean, anybody can acquire a pistol. It's fairly easy.
This is a very, very valid question. I don't have all of the answers to that one just yet. I'm sending a and now I gotta go grab the other link. Stupid sensitive fingers or keypad. To somebody else who might also want to he has a very unique perspective. Cat, I am going to turn you into a lawn dart, buddy. Your picture will make a beautiful lawn dart, trust me. Somebody who will have a very, very good idea about this and is very well versed about a lot of topics.
Somebody I know?
Oh, yeah. He is the reason why you and I got hooked up with in the first place.
That sounds like Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, we'll throw him under the bus on this one, too.
He's got me hooked up with a lot of people. Him and Sword Point 9 with WPRPN.
He and I, Mr. A and I were talking last night. God, where would this podcast go to throw Sword Point 9 with his colorful background, my colorful background, and a sober Drew?
Well, I'm still sober.
Ish.
No, I'm quite sober. I mean, granted, I've almost finished the first fucking round of moonshine, but I'm sober as can be.
Yeah, but that's scarcely 80 proof.
Very true. I haven't started with the COVID killers yet, or the Jaegers in the freezer, or the Crown.
You know what happens when you grab Crown? You get your crown rang.
No, that's the COVID killers that ring my crown.
But there in all seriousness, though, we look at how many leadership changes we have now. Now this is really this will show you what 2020 has done. Theresa May, uh, Prime Minister of the UK, steps down. Angela Merkel steps down, Chancellor of Germany. And as of a couple months ago, the Russian president, who had in 2020 had there was a resolution passed or voted on by the people of Russia appointing Mr. Putin as leader for life. Now, what is interesting is in the same month that Russia moved towards leader for life, China moved to the same thing. And the very week that the Russian press release came out, the Chinese press release came out as well. And it's all in that same quarter that little round man with the funny haircut drops off the face of the earth. And his Western educated sister, who is way more dangerous and has been ascended to Ministry of Defense of North Korea, assumes power of North Korea, period. That all happens within a 90-day time frame. I find that very, very coincidental. And it is at this exact same thunder. I know you don't like international news, and it's a little scary, honey. I know, I get it. See, if it's too frightening for the cat,
right?
That should say something to y'all. Because normally that cat don't talk like that. That the mic will pick it up. Of course, so I'm pretty sure that if a gnat farted, my mic will pick it up. Just saying. But it's also at the same time that the very first polls here in the U.S. are starting to be put together. Is that a coincidence or a coincidence? Or is that pieces of the chessboard being moved into place? Kind of apropos how you just threw up the chessboard piece or chessboard at that exact time.
I have no control over that. It's on slideshow.
But when you really look at it, there's each one of those events, the Merkel May situation, that's fodder for a 3-hour marathon in and of itself. Just those two, and then if you throw the Trump Clinton relationship, bloodline relationships in that altogether, that should be a symbology of sorts.
Oh, there's all kinds of symbology dealing with Trump. Oh, there is. Trust me. There's a book out there where he gives. I think it was like an autobiography or something. Something was he helped write, but he gave how you give your in the very beginning you give your fucking thanks and shit to people. He gave thanks to a certain mentor of his. That's from anybody there's people that know what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna blatantly flat out say it, but yeah, once he said it, once you read that, it makes you understand Trump when they talk about. I'm not a big fan of the talking 3D chess and stuff like that. This man's way ahead of everybody else. Although I think he kind of let the ball slip, as I discussed the other night. He should have been on top of the voter fraud, making it front news, but he didn't. He talked about it a little bit and kind of just let it go, not like he did in previous elections. So, and a bunch of us called it. I mean, we knew with this COVID, mail-in ballots, and all that stuff. Well, it wasn't a shoe in, and we seen the mockery of that in November. There's just so much stuff. I mean, dude, 2020. There's actually a lot to cover. And I want to remind everybody, now that we're actually in like 30-minute mark, here in about 28 minutes.
Sorry, I missed about the first. I missed like 90 seconds of that because my headphones decided to
Die.
Well, that's the bad side of having everything wireless. Except for the mic. My mic ain't wireless. But that's the downside to having everything wireless.
No, I can't plug my Yeti in. It picks up way too much. So I use my jacked in headphones, gaming headphones that work just fine. No, I was just talking about, Trump's kind of his downfall during the election, how he kind of screwed the pooch on that, in my personal belief. But I was also saying there's a lot that's happened in 2020. I mean, there's just so much to cover. I mean, COVID, yeah, that was the biggest staple. But, we also had the Antifa shit, the Black Lives Matter. And we're going to get into all this stuff as the night goes on. But I wanted to remind everybody, since we reached the half hour, just like 2 minutes after the half hour mark, that since it seems that at the hour mark, the stream will end. We'll get disconnected. We'll hopefully be able to boot right back into the same stream. Sometimes I get lucky and can, or other times we'll have to create a whole new stream, and we'll reshare the links, but I'll end up losing the chat and everything here because we'll have to start over again. But on the second hour, I'm gonna kind of open things up a bit more. Some live call-ins. I'll put the phone number in the chat. But like I said, there's been a lot this year. I mean, you were talking earlier about how the small businesses took the biggest hit. Businesses that have been around for 150 years, 200 years, that aren't no more. I know I covered this a lot. I think it was the Thanksgiving podcast about the farmers and all these farmlands around me that just went up for auction this year. I mean, the farmers took a hell of a hit. They took my area. They took big hits the past couple of years with dealing with weather, floods, not being able to get their crops out.
And do you know who's going to be the number one bidder on most of that farmland? Especially if those farms are like, if they're like large livestock operations.
Most of these were, some of them were livestock, huge livestock, but most of them were
grain,
farmland, just lots of farmland.
You know who's going to be the first one to bid? If it was soybeans.
I mean, around here it's soybeans. They alternate. every other year. Soybean corn, soybean corn.
And you know what nation, as we've
That's China.
discovered in Iowa, I 70% of the cropland and agriculture in Iowa is owned by China.
Yeah, I mean China. That's all they do. If there's resources available, they're either illegally trying to mine it, strip the land for it in other countries, or they're buying it up like they did around here. Because I'm in the steel belt area for the most part. They came around here in Ohio and bought up all these steel mills and just basically sold all the steel for recycling, and nobody and steel mill plants stripped them all down and just vacant lots which nobody can do anything with.
Or they will buy them.
China's a big danger, and people don't realize it. They don't realize what they do in other countries. Like people that go have you got any type of mineral resources on your property, or you buy property in other countries with mineral resources, they'll just come in there by the hundreds and strip it. And by the time you get anybody out there that can do anything, because you're not going to be able to defend that property because they're all got guns. So you got to go through the legal process. By the time you get somebody legal, they don't want to go in there because they're outnumbered, or they just flat out, it's your problem, deal with it.
Here's what most people don't realize: you might own the land, but if for some reason, if you file to have, say you discover, um, you're digging a deep pit or something like that, and it don't even really have to be a deep pit, and you find any kind of minerals of any quantity or quality. Um, do you know who actually owns those mineral rights?
Not you.
The state owns those mineral rights, not the landowner. You might own what is on top of the soil or grows out of the soil, but you have to apply for licensure to harvest those. Just like if you use any kind of herbicides or pesticides, what do you have to apply for? Licenses. If you want to go totally organic, guess what you have to do? And this has really became a thing.
Scam, more like it. But yeah, I think.
This has really become a legit thing over the last 20 years, that I don't think a lot of people realize that if say you wanted to put a large underground cat, I done told you once. Next time I'm gonna bake you on the head with the lighter. Um, say you wanted to put a safe room in your house, or if you wanted to put since you are still technically part of the tornado alley, even though you're kind of on the outer edge of tornado alley, if you wanted to put a tornado shelter, and I'll use that term tornado shelter because if you say anything else, well, guess what's going to happen? Um, but if you put a tornado shelter on your property and you order it from uh, Joe Asmuth, we're just going to use that name, Joe Asmuth, uh, who has a tornado shelter business. He is obligated by law, whether you do the installation work or he does, he is obligated by law to report that to the USGS and all other federal agencies. You know who blew the whistle on that one? Atlas.
Yeah, but there's more into that little whole scenario anyway, because it's common knowledge. I can't even build. Technically, if I go to build a porch next spring, like I'm going to, technically I have to get permits just to build a porch. Any structure you build on your land, you have to have permits, or you can be fined, sued for not having such permits. If somebody just happens to want to be a prick, drive by, oh, where's your permits?
Here's how you avoid that.
Oh, there's no avoiding that here in the state of Ohio.
Actually, there is. As long as it is not, if it's on skids and it is not attached to the actual structure, then it is a movable object that if you hooked onto it with a set of log chains to your Suburban, then it is not part of the main structure, and it can be moved around to.
Nope, that don't even work here in the state of Ohio, because you have to go and have, before you build anything, even if it's on skids, you have to, even if you buy a shed from like Lowe's, still got to have somebody come out, still got to require permits, because you have to have the land surveyed and checked for electrical lines, water lines. Yeah, it's a screwed up process. It's a scam, just like our stupid insurance thing. I have to have insurance on a vehicle that you don't drive because it's broken down. That's a one big scam. I'm not even going there.
You know, I'm dealing with my old bow wagon. Very similar. A lot of states actually do have ordinances about this, because if a vehicle is sitting long enough, it will tend to start to leak its fluids, or leach its fluids down into the groundwater. So somewhere, some EPA agent got the idea that if we start removing some of these vehicles that don't run, or they don't, they're being parked for whatever reason, then they still have to, even if they're not viewable from the road, if they are parked for mechanical reasons, they will sometimes give you up to a year to rehab them or remove them from the property.
Or put up a fence, a privacy fence, so they can't be seen. That's the actual way around that one.
Yeah. But even that is getting to become unless you have your own mill, gets, even that route is become,
Oh, it's expensive.
It's cost benefit analysis. It's almost cheaper just to, because if you're putting a fence up, then you're driving stakes into the ground.
Yep. It goes back to what I was saying earlier. I mean, there's so many stupid laws out there that's basically scam laws. It's meant to hinder you from doing things, make money off you that shouldn't be. What That's your land. You know, it goes back to the Constitution. It's your land. You have full control over your land. It goes back to fucking Bundys, what they fought for. It's our land. You should have no say over what I do on my land. I own it, deed and title.
Now that was another thing in 2020
Yes, it
that
was.
um they have came after Ammon uh and Cliven again. Not once, but they have tagged Ammon 4 times now in 2020 um, on trumped up um, stupid stuff.
Oh, I mean, and the truth is, they're never gonna stop until they bury those guys. They made them. They.
Oh yeah, it's gonna until they actually get um till Cliven is gone, Ryan is gone, and Ammon is um no longer able to uh speak of sound mind um or in any way, they will continue to throttle him no matter what. Is that right? I, I have theory about that, but
I mean, it goes back to the whole map what we were discussing about back. They want to silence anybody that's out there pointing out these flaws. If they get any sort of attention that
yep,
goes mainstream, no, we can't have that. I mean, it's just like on these all these platforms we're on. If you're a free thinker, you speak your mind, and you make the mistake to monetize, you make the mistake of thinking you have free speech because we don't. As soon as we say something that goes against the status quo at a particular time, oh, we're in trouble. Just like, you know, like I said, this year is gone. It seems to be wanting to go out with a bang. But if we talk about that, we put our channels and everything at risk. And there, I don't care where you go. We proved this with every site, even D Live. They censor. Don't matter where you go. There is no free speech platform. Not even Gab. Gab's kicked people off. Got caught. I don't care where you go. We live in a day where information needs to be controlled. And we got people that's going to do their damnedest, even on the mines. Mines had a great idea, but it backfired on them with the jury system. I don't know if it's still in place. I'm sure it is, but you got your haters out there. Oh, that's goes against what I believe, so we're going to just flag it, send it to a jury. I mean, one person I did jury duty like 3 times for the same person for 3 different counts. They were just going after him like trolls. It's after so much, you don't even want to post content. You don't want to do things. I got better things to do to waste my time, and that's some people's mentality. Me, I'm a fucking rebel. Fuck you.
and there's all right now. Why is my mic not showing up?
Oh, you're coming in just fine.
Okay, I was gonna say I didn't see it on the YouTube side there for a minute. I was like, I'm almost eating the damn thing, and it wasn't showing up there for a minute. I reached over and tweaked the mic just a skosh, not knowing if my mic, one of the cats knocked the mic out of adjustment or what. But that when we look at all these people, and granted, there are people out there that I thoroughly and utterly despise, but I also know that there are a lot of people out there who thoroughly and utterly despise me. Um, and that's all right. That's a beautiful thing about um, the First Amendment. You know, it is all within their right to hate on me. Do I have to put their name on blast?
Nope.
No, because this beautiful thing called censorship and karma hits a real bitch. It always comes back and kicks you in the ass in the end. And as we've seen on many platforms, how many people, how many big channels got smoked on election day
A
this
bunch.
year.
I mean, it was actually even before that, earlier, the beginning of this 2020, bunch of people got smoked. I mean, it was so bad. We had people migrating and going to Pornhub because they ran out of places to go to. Patreon will smoke you if you're not careful. I mean, it's just gotten to a point where there is no platform, and there never will be. Not with the people we have in place in Congress and the various alphabet gangs, because they don't want it.
The only way.
Been there, done that. You're talking to somebody that actually created his own websites, platforms, and it was going as far into having our own servers built until I sat down in the boardroom with a bunch of lawyers and read the Riot Act and what to expect. After that, I'm like, man, I've been last about 3 years into it, building this stuff, doing all that. I just wasted 3 years because that dream just got shot down because, well, the key word was shot. As one lawyer put it, you'll disappear if you don't comply, or you'll go bankrupt because they'll do everything in their power, every little infraction they can find. They don't want you to have a free speech platform. And as soon as you get the idea, I want to make money off this, you just open your door to take away all your freedom of speech, because that money controls the content that can be put on. You get one group of people that might be your biggest bankroll saying, I will leave if you do this. Well, good, go. But then you don't get nobody to fill that slot, or a few people to fill that slot to equal out that balance. There's no win. Gab and the Minds both started out kind of with the right idea, being self-funded, but even that eventually went away. They're not bringing it in enough to be able to compete. Why? Cool. Let's look at your search engines. Your top search engine is Google. Or
everything runs off of the Google.
Well, now Amazon's word search is giving Google a run for their money right now. A lot of it's been integrated to where but don't matter. Even in website building, you're going to have to use Google. You're going to have to use Amazon word search. Once you put that in, guess what? You're controlled. They can fucking throttle you, bury your links, throttle the traffic that's coming in. And the more traffic you come in, the more bandwidth you need, so more money. Like I said, guys, I mean, we're stuck with what we got, and we got to find a way to work within the algorithms and stuff. And like I said, it's easily to manipulate. I mean, I'm still here standing. We look at fucking the other night's podcast. I mean, there was a bunch of stuff said. I can actually go back a couple of years to one of the Smoke and Show podcasts that we did, Smoke and Toast podcast that me, Rob, and Carlos, and I can't say her name because who she is, but we all did one, and certain words got said. We should have got that video smoked just this year. Still standing.
You know,
You got to know how to use your words. I'm not going to be Monograph. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm colorful like that with words. I love playing a word game, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to change and be cryptic about my words because once I start doing that, I'm just bowing down to them. I'm letting them win at their game. No, no. There's more ways to do it than just that.
you know, there's only been one video that I actually, after Google had announced at the beginning of 2020 that I actually took down and actually deleted it off my channel completely. Not I didn't just hide it. I actually deleted the video. And you know which video I'm talking about. I don't have to discuss it. And it's one of the very few videos that I've ever actually intentionally removed from the video because it was and that's one topic I will be discussing if you want to just kind of hold that one up.
Yeah, we're getting close to that hour mark, so we'll save that for the hour 2 mark, somewhere in there.
Yeah, because you know, I've made a lot of comments that.
Which video was that? 'Cause no, I don't recall.
Oh,
I'm guessing I was on it.
The tweet was on pistol braces.
Oh, okay.
You know, I made the comment in 2019. I made the comment in 2018. I made the comment in 2017 about how many pieces of actual anti-gun legislation actually were signed into law under and I'm probably going to catch flashback for what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it irregardless because I'm in a position that I can actually say it. And I can actually pretty much back up what I'm about to say. When we look at the time 2008 through 2016, how many pieces of anti-gun legislation did you see come through that were signed into federal law?
I can only go from 2009 and up.
How many pieces of anti-gun legislation passed over President Obama's desk and actually went into law? How many?
Oh, a few.
That actually stood.
I don't know how many of them actually stood, but there was tons that went through his desk.
There were a lot that went.
I've got to admit. Desk. I mean, you know, I got to correct something I said the other night about, you know, we really hadn't had no mass shootings and stuff like that. While during Trump's very beginning of his term, we did have that one big mass shooting at the school. And that's when I jumped on Trump for his little unconstitutional speech that he made about wanting to ban guns and stuff. But he corrected himself. We were still learning Trump out at that time. You know, he has a tendency to say things at first before he thinks about it.
Yep.
But then when he realizes, hey, I was wrong, he would
clarify. Yeah. He walked it back real fast.
Yes.
But no piece of federal legislation actually made it across Obama's desk and with a presidential signature. None, not one. There was the yearly Protect Women's Act that does have a certain monicum of gun restriction that started back in under the Clinton governance. That was the only piece, and there really wasn't a lot of change that you really noticed.
Yep. And yes, we're back live.
And
Like I said,
refresh your broadcaster, please, or refresh your cues, folks. The only thing different was that there was a 0.5% tax that had been added onto the costs and things of that nature. But outside of that, that's all that really changed. And that it really is all that that people really need to really see. I mean, yeah, there were a lot of attempts. Every few months, there were attempts at gun legislation, but not as blatant as what we've seen over the last 4 years. And now you have colorful characters like Michael Bloomberg, who, my understanding from some of the things that he has stated, that he has expressed interest in a run in 24. Now that could be scary. The list in 24, if we thought that the last the 2016 and 2020 was a proverbial shit show, I think if we make it to 24, I think we're going to see a real dynamic shit show of where, if the lines in the sand have not been drawn in concrete, not in the sand, but in concrete, by the next round, you will see it in the next round, as to how far people are willing, what is their end point, what is their bottom line as to how far they are willing to actually go. And can I blame them? No, I really can't. However, any amount of whatever side you stand on, they've succeeded in one thing. They have labeled you, and they have divided you. It's a lot like the YouTube chat, this live chat, top chat. Again, it's a divider. And people still have yet to figure that out, I think. But this was one of those things that we ask YouTube for an actual archiving chat log. Um, how long did we lobby for this?
Years. I was one of the happiest people when we got it. Then I realized what they were capable of doing with it. Somebody comments something on your comments, or now they comment something that's not approved by YouTube in your live chat, and you enable your live chat to stay on so people can watch your live chat as they rewatch your videos. You can be hit with community strikes for that. We've seen that happen. It
We
was one of those catch 22s. We got what we wanted, but we got more than we bargained for.
well, this actually is a catch to where the commenter can actually catch a guidelines
Yes.
uh, now as well. And so for the same infraction, two people catch um, a strike, and they don't um, even. How fair is that? It's a catch. It is a catch 22. Um, and we look at how much change the platforms, and what was the one thing in the middle of the year, right before primary, or the primary elections. What was the one thing that we heard over and over and over again? What was the one thing that we heard on the news?
Which part? How many times they drug all the tech companies into Congress for the three ring circus of we're going to talk a lot and nothing comes about it?
About manipulating platforms being used to manipulate elections.
Oh, yeah.
And what did we see? Twitter and Facebook openly get caught by Project Veritas doing time and again. Time and again, they were caught. And where are those brave people that stepped up? Where are they now?
Not on any platforms.
They're not working in technocracy. I can assure you of that.
Oh, they're still working.
Some of them aren't. Some of them have been actually forced out of uh, jobs that they've had for 10, 15 years, and had built up a very nice 401k. And after they went to Veritas, um, and one of them had, I think it was 2.5 million in their 401k, and I forget how much in their kids' college fund set aside within the company. And we're talking high six figure. And because they blew the whistle, all that money was gone.
Well, yeah, because there's no protection for a whistleblower. There never has been.
Where's that 15 years of loyalty? What about as we've seen with the early voting? Another one of those for the safety of the public. How many times did we hear that in 2020? For the safety of the public. we have to do this. We are implementing that. How many states actually never came out of some form of emergency status? How many states?
I mean, technically, every state is still in emergency status. I mean, that's the thing. The other danger about this COVID shit, how they've done it. Technically, we're in a state of emergency every day until this is over. So therefore, a lot of your rights aren't really there. They can, and that's something I've not heard too many people want to talk about because they're overlooking the fact what happens when you invite FEMA in? What happens when you have federal agencies take over?
You know, it's you asked yesterday. Um, a I'm gonna attempt. I'm gonna see if this will work. Um, all right, where the hell did it go? All right. Message. Your phone is on mute, right?
Yes. Well, no.
I'll put it on mute.
It ain't gonna come through that loud. Unless you're calling.
Oh no! Why would I call?
Okay. No, don't worry about it. My phone's actually away in arm's reach, but away from my speakers.
Now there is a video out. I'm not going to mention names. I wonder if, in fact, if I can. Come on, browser.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was gonna get to that. I seen that earlier. In fact, I think I retweeted it. No, I actually don't think I did.
Where is my I was supposed to be on that live stream, and I shit. All right. Copy. Where is where the hell? I don't know how that happened, but okay. Where the heck's the chat at?
On here?
I'm looking. They changed things on me again.
I don't know where you at.
There it is. There. I think that's something you want to yeah, you found it. Yeah. Oh, wrong screen. I was actually looking at the open screen of. Do you see that message?
Yeah. Let me see if I can't find it around here. It was in the trending section for a little bit.
Somebody actually dropped a video. That is, I just dropped it in the sidebar chat. I think you want, it would explain a lot of why that particular place was tackled.
Yeah, I caught said video.
Um, and it it was definitely one of those scratch your head. Why would a phone interface building have chemical labels on the side of their building stating that you can't use water? Another one of those scratch your head moments.
Well, I mean, I'll go ahead and put out who posted some of that stuff. So, I mean, Dabu's actually posted some interesting things today on that topic.
I only caught one.
He shared another one, a picture.
Yeah.
Did you catch that one?
Yeah, I caught the picture.
Where you can still see the RV.
No, I didn't see that one.
That's an interesting picture because you can still see the RV when everything went white.
Oh, that was yesterday. He did that video.
Well, I didn't see the video. I just seen the picture that he posted on Twitter today.
See, I can't see. He blocked me on Twitter for some stupid reason, and I don't know why yet. But
he also brought. I know he did a video. I don't know if it was on YouTube. I think it was on YouTube about what you're talking about there, plus the communicate certain other communications, the NSA,
VoIP services.
Yep. I mean, just go to Dabu. What is it? 7 or Dabu 7. He's got like 3 channels. So just search Dabu and you'll find what I'm talking about. I don't. It was interesting. I have my theories on this, and I'm keeping them to myself because, like I said, it's too early. Me and Bree both agree on this. It's too early to be talking about it. It is interesting, and I must say, odd, very odd. And that tweet you just showed me, which I could have swore I retweeted, but apparently I didn't. And it was a trending at the time too. So, but I don't know. I find that part kind of hard. I mean, it's quick to have a suspect in custody already, or a suspect of interest. But apparently, he's in custody because they gave out his name. I hope he's in custody and they gave out his name, because if he's just of interest, they shouldn't have gave out his name.
Yeah, well, you know how fast news sources always have
that particular one. That was by Breaking 911, but they cited their source as CBS.
Yeah, but it's very.
So take it with a grain of salt.
And I think it's, unless they have concrete proof, they would not be releasing a name unless there is concrete proof, whether that is the name on associated to that RV.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I know there's CTI video out there. They had to get the rear of the vehicle somewhere. Yep. So you got a plate number. I'm sure they've ran it, but other than that, it's, everything's speculation right now. Like you said, till the forensics of it's done. And I don't know. This is just one of those oddities. I'm sorry. Nothing about this makes sense.
And I see Patsy all over this.
Oh, I do too.
And we're gonna jump out of 2020.
Well, 2020 is trying to go out with a bang, that's for sure.
Literally. But let's look at the age of Harvest Fest 91. Um, look at the age of that one. Look at the age of this one.
But actually, I am going to do a little theorizing here because it just came to my mind, and I'm going to put this out there. Since nobody knows how to keep their big fucking mouth shut about wanting to go do things, and you want to get a bunch of people together and protest at DC on Inauguration Day, you know, this little incident could shut that down or make security so fucking tight.
They're not going to get within
Right.
They're not going to get within 3 miles. I can safely say they're not going to get any of those groups, Proud Boys, Antifa, BLM, and let's be very clear. Oh, and as long as we're
Well, wait. Let's get real clear. DC has one of the strictest mask policies in the whole United States. You're not allowed to wear a mask in DC. Period.
unless it is a um like an N95, or they will accept the cloth mask, but your whole face cannot be shielded.
Right, but under they're going to use that whole thing on January 6th. For those that's thinking about it, don't bother. It's not going to happen. And if it does happen, it's not going to be good.
It's there are a lot of moving pieces to that one, but look at how quick another name, and I'm gonna throw them under the bus just as fast as they appeared on the scene. And they, even though their alleged leader got thrown in the slammer, look at how fast that group that showed up in KY and on Stone Mountain, Georgia. Look at how fast they emerged on the scene and how quickly they have seemingly appeared to have disappeared, so to speak.
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of groups that just seamlessly disappeared after the election. We haven't heard shit from Antifa. And then people couldn't see the propaganda behind that one. I don't know what you couldn't. Now the Black Lives Matter movement's been quiet since the election. Of course, they're gonna be. They got what they wanted. I mean, if people didn't see the writing on the wall when all this first started, one, the whole movement of Black Lives Matter is racism. It's racist to anybody that's not black. It's the same definition of a bunch of white people gathering. And so, I mean, you're going to call the kettle black, you might as well put it out there for what it is. When you put another race above another race, that's racism by definition.
Yep.
And that's what Black Lives Matter did. I mean, it was a propaganda tool. It was a tool to cause, this whole year. I mean, if we want to key phrase 2020, it's the year of propaganda weaponized fear.
Between it and it really was. And when you think at how many
fuck, every day was Halloween. Wear a mask.
It's but there is a flip side. If you watch the comments of all these governors' addresses, their weekly, some of them weekly addresses, some governors do daily yet, as if he doesn't have anything else more pressing to do in their state.
Yeah, like get
Um,
impeached. Oh,
um, but look at how many governors are still doing daily press conferences. Look at how many governors are doing weekly press
well,
conferences.
yeah, but a lot,
And
and here's the worst part: most people stopped watching. They tuned it out because it's ridiculous.
but
You know, how
if
many times has the CDC come back and changed the numbers from what everybody else is telling you? I mean, what, 3 times this year they've done it?
for
I mean, and you've had plenty of people, then they, oh, well, we're going to let the science, you know what? I've discussed this before about science. It's he who has the biggest money to sponsor the science that he wants, not the real science, because they don't get the funding that all these big corporate scientists get because they're getting backed by multi-million-dollar pharmaceutical companies. And, kind of leads me into another segue here that Fox News broke today. Doctor reportedly has severe reaction to the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. He was allergic to shellfish, and it caused an allergic reaction. These vaccines have not went through a proper clinical trial,
they went through
and they never
a
will.
fast tracked,
Yep, approved by Congress.
an extreme fast track of, and their control was only a 6 week for the Moderna. I think that one was only a 6 week.
That one got fast tracked fast.
And that's the one that has the as long as we're on that one, that one only has a 75% um uh functional use.
Well,
That
there's something else that people don't understand. With both the vaccines that we have here in the United States, there's more than one vaccine of each. One specifically targets DNA of the strand, supposedly of the strand, and the other doesn't. So you got two different kinds right there. I think I heard up to 4 different variants of
yeah,
Pfizer and like 4 different variants of the Minerva vaccine. So you don't know what really you're getting, and general public ain't getting any of them right now anyway.
it's the biggest one, the biggest commonality of both um of the vaccines is they're using aborted uh tissue from 1961, um as so what their label suggests. Now, how long that stockpile of uh cells is really draws in question. Do I believe that number? No, I don't. But the leading number one factor of or side effect is sterility
Yep.
in both uh, vaccines for both men and women. And here is another kicker, is that CV-19 on its face can in fact actually cause the sterility in men. So it will be very interesting to see going into we're really not going to know the full ramifications of this, I would say, for probably another I would give it 5 years before we actually see a true fallout of this, that we will be wondering what is going on, and just how serious the fallout is, and how close to that number on the guidestones, because this is, to date, nobody has ever stepped forward and claimed who donated the money to have such an elaborate structure such as the Georgia Guidestones. Nobody has stepped forward and says, and openly admitted to commissioning that project. That is still a mystery. How many people can you think of off the top of your head that could potentially foot that bill?
No, I'm not going to say people, but I know several organizations that could have. That list is just too many to name.
But there's how many are names that we've seen come and go, and how many names have we seen state that we need to embrace autonomy and things being fully autonomous?
Well, I mean, Congress fully embraces the Georgia Guidestones. I mean, I give it no credibility or meaning because it shouldn't have. That's not our Constitution. But yet, Congress thinks it's above our Constitution. For those that understand what I'm talking about, you'll know.
Yep. But there is a lot within just that monument in and of itself, that how many people could have, or who were famous for coming out and stating that we need to embrace autonomy and things of that nature, and getting beyond to where we have to begin to use electric and or fully autonomous vehicles or things in that realm, that we should embrace technology. Who was the one name that comes to mind?
For me, there's too many. Like I said, there's too many different organizations that could have been involved in that. It's just one of those stupid little mysteries, conspiracy theories, rabbit holes that it's not even worth going down, because I know you're trying to go with what's his name, but it was around before him, and I'm sorry,
It's not Hawkins.
Here's my opinion.
Hawkins.
No, it wasn't him. Here's my opinion with the Georgia Guidestones. They're much like prophecy. Everybody's got one, and you always have these fanatics that are going to try to make that prophecy come to be. But all this throughout the history that we have of history, none of it's come to be. And the Georgia Guidestones were around before Hawkins. So,
Yup.
like I said, I mean, it's just one of those mysteries that's not even, it's a rabbit hole. It's not worth going down because,
Take the
I mean,
floor for a minute. I need to grab a cup. My cuplet is dry.
my cup keeps getting refilled. So,
Oh well, I have to go to the kitchen to fill mine.
it is an interesting little conspiracy theory there because I know the state of Ohio has also passed laws in the last 6, 7 years prohibiting any combustible engine car from cities. That the law's there, it's just not been enforced. Then we see the 5G movement, which we haven't talked about yet, but we've had incidents where firefighters in California this year fighting fires around these 5G towers got tumors. Because of the I don't want to say radiation. It's not radiation, but because of the frequency of vibrations that are coming off of. I mean, the energy that's coming off of. I mean, there's like I said, 2020 has been the year. Has been the year. Been the gift that keeps on giving. There's so much we can delve into, and I think there's a bunch of people that are optimistic out there about 2021. No, 2021 is going to be far worse than what 2020 is. 2020 was the beta test of preparing you for what's coming. If you haven't seen that writing on the wall yet, you're in for a rude awakening. You know, like I said, as far as things that we've been going on, I mean, anybody ever question why we called COVID-19 COVID-19? Well, we know in China the first cases were in 2019. That's like I said, it was kind of coincidence they called it COVID-19, which it has other meaning than that, but it was one of those preludes. I mean, I know in 2019 I got real sick in December. I mean, I had the very symptoms of what COVID is. You know what? I didn't get no vaccine. You know, and that's the other thing. When you start talking about COVID-19, you're gonna have a little disclaimer directing you to their so-called scientific proof here on YouTube that they use for their fact checking. Just like we talk about the election fraud, Twitter's gonna put a little blue exclamation mark. I mean, censorship in full. This is the facts. This is the facts. What he says is disputed, which I don't mind if you'd put both sides of the dispute. Give them two different sources to go to. Let people formulate their own opinion. But that's not allowed because that goes against status quo. That makes a lot of people start thinking for themselves, and they don't want that. Just like the debate about the Georgia Guidestones. I have one theory of it, Bree has another, and I know about 100 other people that have differing theories from us. To me, it's one of those rabbit holes that, hey, it's not worth going down because, and we'll go down it for one thing. It's probably one of the best kept secrets in the world, ever, because it's been a mystery forever, unsolved. Nobody knows, and how? Because it had to be an organization behind it, not one person. But then again, the theory could have been one person because dead men tell no tales, and if only one person knows, that goes to their grave with them. But the more people that know, somebody had eventually talked about it.
How many times have I said that?
Right. I mean, I will be the first one to admit it's probably the biggest unsolved mystery ever.
And I just dispelled it for you. I just laid it out for you in the sidebar.
Which sidebar? I've got too many.
In the Minds Gathering chat.
I'm not seeing anything in the Minds Gathering chat.
Click on the sidebar where it says open close chat.
It's not. It's just the last thing from here was a day ago. Or 2 days ago. I had to feed the zoo fast. Be right back.
Little exercise for those who maybe haven't figured out what COVID stands for. You know, we've heard back in Germany, back in the preludes to the war, and as the mass exodus was happening, as people were crossing, show me your papers.
Mm-hmm.
Show me your papers, please. What kind of papers could that mean? Could that mean residency papers? Could that mean vaccination papers, possibly? Religious papers, possibly? What better way to prove whether or not somebody has been inoculated?
Oh, yeah.
A registry.
We already have that. We already have that registry, though. I can go on right now and pull up my medical records for every prescription that I've taken ever.
But this vaccination documentation is something that goes on your phone that you carry wherever you go.
Well, it goes on. It's going to be on your driver's license for all the use. You got to get new driver's license. It's scannable. It's all there now. We're way past a piece of paper document.
Yeah, this is will be this COVID pass that is being rolled out currently in to our family across the pond.
It's being rolled out here in the United States already.
It's in some states they've already started this as well.
There's actually a bill in Congress about this that they're working on trying to pass.
And that's when this is all part of Agenda 2025. Not 21, Agenda 21. This is all part of Agenda 25 or 2025.
Yeah, I was just reading an article about that one, I think today or yesterday. And but I stated it, I think in the last podcast or back on the Thanksgiving one, I've stated that this is coming. I mean, because now they can really restrict you where you go. They can make you, especially with facial recognition, they'll know everything. They'll know everything about your medical records. If you don't have that vaccine, they can stop you. They don't have to serve you, because we got to remember, any store has a right to refuse you. As I was so kindly told by Walmart, we have the right to refuse service to you.
And here's one that a lot of people I don't know. Do you have Tractor Supply out there by you?
Yep.
What was in that building prior to it becoming a Tractor Supply?
Oh, the Tractor Supplies around here, they've always been Tractor Supplies.
What was that building used for prior to them being moved before Tractor Supply came into being?
Like I said, all the Tractor Supplies around my area have always been Tractor Supplies. They were built from the ground up as Tractor Supplies, except for the one in Bryan which used to be the old Kmart, and now it's like subdivided into a bunch of different businesses. But they've always been Tractor Supplies.
Most of the Tractor Supply buildings previously have been Walmart buildings.
Let's see, no, not here.
Most.
Not even close to here. All of our Tractor Supply buildings are been Tractor Supplies. They were built as Tractor Supplies. None of our, and you got to remember, most of our Walmarts are brand new. I mean, even where the Walmart is in my town, it used to be, well, we'll go clear back to Murphy Mart. Then it was Ames. Then there for a while it was Kmart. Then Walmart bought it out. They ran it for a little bit. Then they completely tore it all down and rebuilt it because Kmart moved across the street and they got shut down because they couldn't compete with Walmart. So, Walmart's, I don't know. That's. I mean, like I said, depends on the area you're in. That might be true, but my area, every Walmart that's been constructed is new. Every Tractor Supply, unless it's in a subdivision like a mini mall, been a Tractor Supply because it's how they built them. When they were not. So, like I said, I guess that depends on your region you're in.
Out here, it's predominantly they seem to take up the old empty Walmart buildings, whether they've been empty for, because Walmart has this habit of taking out 99-year leases on property, and then they will resell them the lease to other entities, whether it be the land lease, the building lease, or whatever. They will resell it. So it makes me wonder out there if at some point, if there have been a Walmart in that, near that vicinity, maybe parking lot area, shared parking lot, it's possible.
Like I said, most Tractor Supply stores I know, they're independent and built as Tractor Supplies. And that's actually going, even in North Carolina, the Tractor Supplies, they're not part of Walmart, not even that big. They're Tractor Supplies. They were built as Tractor Supplies. So honestly, that's the first time I've ever heard that thing. Now I know fucking Walmart to like buy out Kmart buildings, but every Walmart I know is still intact. I mean,
Yeah,
fuck,
that,
Walmart is about as bad as Dollar Store. There's one on a, one within 20 miles.
yeah, that it seems like Dollar Tree is about
Or
every,
Dollar General, I mean.
yeah, Dollar General, and it seems to be in about every city.
They're in every location that's big enough. If they got a population of over 500, you got a Dollar General.
But yet you have to drive a fair distance to find a Dollar Tree. Kind of strange.
Well, it's because I mean, it's all the same company. It's just different, changing the names as the years go by. It's just to play on labels.
Wow, that coffee was hot. I would agree with that. I would agree. I'm surprised that I haven't heard nothing from Mr. A yet.
I haven't heard nothing from anybody. I mean, I seen that you retweeted the podcast, but we've stayed currently just 2 viewers, which is
Yeah,
probably me and you.
yeah, and I see that he saw it, but I haven't. And I sent him the direct link to the chat too.
But I also know, day after Christmas is people are out and about, and some people still celebrate Christmas today because they couldn't do it, or they got other family places to go. So I knew it's kind of become, but I do think that curiosity.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of smaller things that have popped in the new year, or in 2020, that seem to go obscure. that I don't think it's obscure. I think it's legit notices it. And one of the I caught a I was scrolling Facebook yesterday, and one of the I think it was ABC out of Ohio. I think it was Columbus. I could be mistaken. Um, but they were actually talking about the drastic number of out of the blue. They were like, we're seeing a spike in flu cases,
I haven't heard that one.
and in the metro area. And I was like, interesting. Very interesting that one area would be talking about it, and then about 45 minutes later, I went back and I refreshed it, and a Irvine, California, one of the news affiliates out there was talking about how the flu was sweeping through the homeless population, that it wasn't COVID, but it was actually the flu.
Well, I could see that though, because I mean, truthfully, by inflating all the fucking numbers, they've already succeeded what they want with the election. Now they're going to decrease it and start saying it's the flu. Because I know for a fact, I've known people that got tested negative, and they were told they had the flu, but they were treated and they were labeled as COVID.
And we've seen countless cases of
But they had the flu.
Well, what was interesting to me, my brother was just in this last week. He had to have his appendix removed, and because of the time of the surgery, they kept him overnight. Which, how often do you actually hear them actually keep somebody overnight for and it really doesn't. I mean, if you have surgery after like 7 o'clock at night, yeah, they're most likely going to keep you overnight. But generally, appendix surgery, you're
So anybody I've ever known that has appendix surgery, they're staying for a couple days because it's their immune system is now at risk.
and they would not let him leave until the next late morning. And because we know that he had COVID back in September, even though they did 3 different tests. They used literally 3 different tests on him, and all 3 came back negative, yet all of the symptoms were just that. And they mandated him to have a COVID test again before he left the hospital. Talk about ring up the bill a little bit much.
Well, yeah, they're always going to do that. I mean, to get any procedure, I'm actually shocked. I didn't have to go get a COVID test for my dental work come Tuesday. My sister, for what she had done, every time she had to go, she's had to get a COVID test. But I mean, she had some major surgery done to her back. So, I mean, I don't know what it is. It's something new, but it's basically it's like electrical implants, wires that go to the spine.
Yeah, spinal cord stimulator.
Yeah.
That's
Oh
not
man,
that's not a new procedure. That they wanted to do that to me over 15 years ago. And I was like, I don't think so. I've heard too much negative about it.
She loves it. I mean, her pain, all of her pain and stuff's pretty much all gone away.
Yeah,
Other than the staples they use to staple her back up in several different spots.
but I mean, I've heard some people that it works great for the first 6 to 9 months, and then one little misstep, and it's they're screwed. They can't ever use chiropractic treatment again. For no matter what their spinal situation is, they can't use a chiropractor ever again because of the placement of the wires.
Mm-hmm.
There's pros and cons to.
Well, I think you remember my bitch for the whole thing because I had to take her.
Yeah.
I wasn't allowed even in the hospital. In fact, it got to the point I actually had to walk like 4 blocks to use the bathroom at a gas station because I wasn't allowed to get in the hospital even to use their bathroom.
What was funny, I just went.
Before we go anywhere else, we're about at that hour mark, so just want to let everybody know the streaming will drop out. Hopefully, I can get it fast enough as like I was last time, so we keep the same stream going. But if not, we'll reshare the links and I'll relabel it as part 3. The next segment, anybody wants to join in, you're more than welcome. I'll put a phone number that you can call in, or if you want to actually just join me and Bree in the gathering app here on the Mines, I can give you the link for that, and you just join us right there. So that's what we're going to do next hour, and hopefully we can get a few more guests on. And we still got a lot of cover. I mean, we've just barely tipped the iceberg of 2020. And I've started my COVID killers.
Oh boy.
Boy, am I heavy-handed.
I had a clinic.
100% brandy.
I had a clinic appointment this last week, and I argued with the clinic, and I said, so-and-so is going in the room with me, and they're like, that's against policy. And I says, you can take your policy and stick it in your ass.
Thank you. You reminded me something.
And I says, she is certified and she is going in. I don't care what you have to say, what your new policies and procedures are. And they're like, oh, well, it's all about controlling the numbers. I said, exactly. You said it right on the spot. You're trying to control people, and it's not going to work with me.
And talking about controlling the numbers, that's going to be the opening segment for the next part, because back in October, I was allowed to go in and sit in the waiting room with my sister when she did the 3-day trial and had it put in. And I had 2 doctors that I asked if I could record what they were saying, but they said no. What they said just proved the point that we've been saying all this time about COVID.
And it was funny because in October, the same person that goes into my doctor appointments with me, there was no question about it. And where they bristled, I wouldn't let them use their little digital scanner on my forehead. I said, put it on my wrist. It gives you virtually identical reading, and it's actually safer. It's safer for you, and it's safer for me. And they're like, what do you mean? I says, there's this thing called the pineal gland.
And that's right where they want to check you too.
Yep. And They're like, oh, well, we haven't been cleared to do it, so we're just not going to take it. And I'm like, I'm trying to give you a much safer alternative that has been proven and is being used by major hospitals in cases where the person is just, it's too toxic to actually get that close. Whereas if they stick their arm out, you can achieve that 6-foot reach within reason. It's actually proven itself time and again to be within that 0.02 degree that the digital therms are for room for error. And Gunderson would not do it. They bristled. And about 3, 2, 1, the live stream's going to kick.
Give or take.
I
know it's coming though.
Because it just tripped. Stream started 2 hours ago. So this just proves how.
And we're back.
And welcome back to part 3 of what happened in 2020. And we're in the last segment, we were talking about the various control mechanisms that are going on within the medical section or the medical community. That of how much control they're actually trying to put into play. And if you missed that, that's right in the at the back end of so you probably listen at about started at the 2 hour and 45 minute mark where we started talking about that. For a point of reference.
Nicely, this is going to be all one segment. As long as I can keep on top of it and I catch it before it's YouTube that's doing it. Well, it's mine that's cutting it off at the hour. YouTube is giving you a warning to reconnect your streaming software, or else it's going to close out. So it's on the mine. Mine's just cutting you off at an hour.
All right.
Well, just like I also know on the call-ins, it'll cut you off. What, Lucas made it 2 hours almost?
Yep. All right.
So, like I said, if you want to join in, there's that link. I also have a link so you can join us right in the Gathering app. For those that want that, direct message me or ask in the comments or live chat. All right, let's get back to the topic.
All right. Many of the people don't realize that, there is places and there is time that you don't really want a lot of people in a hospital because let's be honest here. If you're going to get sick, where are you going to get sick at?
The hospital.
Exactly. And if this was really a thing, and if the hospitals were really wanting to be proactive, this policy would have been instituted, 10 years ago when they were trying to eradicate N1H1 and West Nile, and good God, that list could go on ad infinitum. But and I just realized I didn't put my phone on mute, because trust me, if my phone goes off, you will hear it. I promise you that. and it would be enough that we would catch a strike on. I guarantee that. But
Mine too. Oh, if you actually somebody's calling. Oh shit.
What?
Nothing.
And so.
Uh-oh. Okay.
What?
I was on the wrong tab when I went to change fucking shit. Or I'm resharing the link, and I happened to be on the live streaming tab with the YouTube when I clicked the go to a different website.
Oh. What a lot of people don't, there are pros to this restricting people to certain medical establishments. I get that. But if you have a certified caregiver or something of that nature, by rule, they do qualify and classify as a medical personnel under the letter of the law. And they're not treated as family. One would think anyhow. Doesn't matter how close the person is to the patient, doesn't matter. And as long as proper protocol is observed, there shouldn't be a question, correct?
Correct.
It's all about control. Now, as we have discussed in previous podcasts, what is control? By in and of itself. What is control?
Well, I mean, there's various different meanings to control, but basically it's all the same thing.
It's an
controlling.
illusion.
Yeah, it's a matter of perspective.
It's a fucking illusion.
And nothing's in your control. Everything's out of your control.
Control is an illusion. For those that aren't quite on board, it's an illusion for infantile egomaniacs. I actually have that tweet pulled up, by the way, in a tab.
Which one?
That one that we'll be discussing shortly.
Oh, okay.
From step 1.
Yep. Okay. Oh, okay.
People just have to be willing to know when to step up and exert authority and dominion over your body and your care. You have to know where is your line and when are you going to draw it in concrete, not in sand, because sand is fluid. Where are you going to draw that line and know that? And this is the backside of things. Choices have consequences.
Yeah.
Always. Some choices have lasting consequences. Some choices, not so much. However, when does a person begin to start to see that your medical system is not necessarily going to be your friend? Is that today as we discussed over on mine, um, I think it was right before you went on hiatus. I'd have to go look. Um,
Which time?
do you remember the show that we did? Um, and this directly ties in, and I think it's very apropos that we discussed this. Um, are we a name or a number in the medical system? Do you
I don't
remember?
remember that one.
Um, how ahead of its time was that video?
Oh, I mean, well ahead of its time.
Um,
I think I was still on hiatus during that one.
you were on that show.
Well, I know I was on it, but I was still on it. I don't think I was doing podcast at that time.
Um, but
You know
you
me. I've actually been on more people's show. I think. Don't quote me. I'm not probably not right on this, but I'm pretty sure I've done more other people's podcasts on their show than I've done on Sons and Daughters of Liberty this year. Well, probably not, but it's close. Yes, that's how long my hiatus has been. But yeah, I mean, we were ahead. We've been ahead of a lot of things we've talked about. So stuff that I mean, when I was on Sword Point Nine's podcast, when he kind of tried to get me out of my hiatus, it was I mean, I know the night because I went to work, and that's when the lockdown started, and they sent pretty much well shut down and sent us home. But they still first shift, the second shift knew about it, but they made us third shifters come in just to tell us and give us. Well, they also gave us driving papers, to get out of jail free paper
yep.
for those that were going to eventually, because they did ask us. Well, they we're going to run some things as for that are considered essential, which my days off equivalented during the shutdown to 3 days, and I was right back to work for the remainder of it, which I was happy at the end. I mean, place I work, I mean, like I said, I'm confidentiality for the most part because they kind of frown on being talked about on social media. But unfortunately, I don't have nothing bad to say about them. It's a mom and pop factory. It is a family run business, and you go into any of the sections of the factory, there's a huge American flag somewhere flying or up on the wall. It's a great place to work, and like I said, I don't have no complaints. I mean, they paid us time and a half to work, plus they gave us all a bonus for the time we worked, and I made a nice bonus for working every day during the shutdown. So, like I said, my hiatus, work related, but at the same time, I enjoyed 2020. I mean, for me, 2020 was a good year. Not so much for everybody else. It
It
was,
was a great year for me too.
it, in the end, it was a matter of perspective what 2020's been. I decided I'm not going to deal with the negativity. I'm not going to deal with any of it. And I'm going to keep a positive outlook on thing and do the things that I've been wanting to do. And I did it. I spent a shit ton outside, kayaking, camping,
Holy shit!
fishing,
Holy shit!
hiking. I mean, I didn't film any of it because I was staying away from everything. I wanted my time alone, outside, just enjoying things. I actually was out more. Here's one for you, the rebel in me. I was out more than I've been in the past probably 10 years during the lockdown. Fuck you. I've got to get out of jail free card in my fucking pocket. Yep.
Would you believe that that video that we did is actually um was a 2018 video.
That's probably why I don't remember it.
Have you ever felt
That was right. Yeah, that was right when I got back from North. Probably right when I got back from North Carolina.
the title is, have you ever felt more like a number than a name with healthcare?
Yep, I don't remember it.
How and this, keep in mind, this is 2 years ago that this was actually done. And how far, how much ahead of its time was that video?
Well, I mean, well ahead.
Um,
I mean, but that goes back to what I was saying. Most of our videos are well ahead of anything. I mean, the stuff we talk about, even though it's pretty much every day for us, we're on top of things because you got to be. I mean, that's one thing I do like about the whole group of people that we do associate with from time to time. We're all on top of it. But some of us, we all have different ways of going about things. Like me, I've learned to stay away from things that are happening right now until, let it play out.
right.
Unfortunately, several people haven't figured that one out yet. I mean, yeah, we've talked a little bit, skirted in and around it. But it's just one of those things. You know, where you going to make your choices and decisions that, you know, 2020's been much like that. It's been how you choose to see things. I know a lot of people's tuned a lot of stuff out. Oh, they got
Yeah.
tired of listening to DeWine speak every week, almost every other day. I mean, we're sick of it. And a lot of people started questioning things now. Like I said, I've seen a lot of good come out of 2020. I've seen people for the first time start planting gardens because they didn't have nothing to do. They couldn't go to work. So they started growing their own food, tempting a garden, started doing it yourself projects, started going out hiking. People were healthier this year. And yet, but there was drawbacks. Like we called it, I think, one of your podcasts, in and out of my hiatus. We talked about, well, baby boom. Yep, that's happened. We also talked about the rise of domestic violence. That did happen.
And the what the opposite side of that is as if we needed because being part of the drug highway, I'm not going to name any specific drugs because that just highlights them and gives them more attention. The numbers of people hoo-hooing themselves, and I'm saying it that way so that it doesn't create problems. But folks,
I'm going to step away for a second.
In all seriousness, and I'm going to get real serious here, if you're having trouble with life, if life is handing you your ass, there's no shame in reaching out for help. There really isn't. I don't have the hotline number. There's a national hotline, and there's no disgrace. If you don't get the help that you're seeking from that hotline, call your local or go to your local fire, EMS, or police station. Talk to somebody. I'm on Twitter. I don't always have my notifications on, but I try to keep my notifications on as much as I can. And Free Spirit Prepping and News also has a Facebook page. You can reach out to me there. And I'm not that hard to get a hold of. On most media sites, I'm also on the Minds, Free Spirit Prepping and News. You can find me there as well on the Minds. Folks, there is no shame in reaching out for help. None whatsoever. The number of people that are immediately affected it was once thought to be 10, and somewhere along the line it's jumped out to as many as 35 people currently are instantaneously affected every time somebody decides to make that last desperate decision. That's a very permanent answer to a temporary problem. As we've seen in 2020, life is full of temporary problems. So when we all get together, we can come up with very good, quick solutions. When in doubt, call out for help, people. This isn't a plea. I'm telling you from somebody who has been there and knows that anguish all too well. Reach out for help before it's too late. I'm just telling it to you straight. Do it. Reach out for help before you've went down that rabbit hole too far. Other streamers might not want to talk about it, but folks, the numbers of those lost in 2020 are up 2,700% from just 5 years ago. They're up 8,000% from a year ago. Look it up. The numbers don't lie. Those numbers are real numbers. Now my other jelly bean's talking. But people, we can affect change. Some people have said that some of our live streams, we tend to get a little bit long-winded. But Pan, put a sock in it. Nobody wants to hear you. Panther, go on. Peanut Gallery. Now I lost. Thanks, Panther. You derailed my thought pattern. Where the hell was I at, Drew?
Suicide.
I don't know what the numbers are out there.
The number is staggering. They're staggering everywhere.
I can't turn my pager on without and let it run its course, or my scanner. But at least, and I scan a pretty broad 10 county radius, and on average it's 8 to 12 per day since March. That's the running average, is 8 to 12 per day. And none of these communities are above populations of 10,000. Most of these are all small farm communities and rural areas.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the ones that have been hit. It's really the ones that have been hit the hardest with all this shutdowns and stuff. You know, I mean, that's why I said, if anybody's got any, I don't can't see how anybody can talk even positive or good about Congress or the elections because they failed us. They failed small businesses. They failed people. Just like after Christmas, how many people lost their unemployment? How many didn't have Christmas? And that adds to that staggering number because it's just the reality of it. It's like it's worse than, in a sense, it's worse than the numbers during the Depression on the suicide rates because it's there. I mean, people can't get out, go out. People don't realize how important socializing is until it's taken away from them. How many people's become day drinkers now because they can't go to the bar at night because you're under curfew. All liquor sales stop at 10 o'clock. You can't buy alcohol and liquor, supposedly, at the gas station liquor store after 10 o'clock. So, a lot of people's outlets were taken away from them. You can't go to the bar and grill, enjoy game day, or what little sports are left because, oh, you got to have a mask, you got to be 6 foot. It's hurting everybody. And it's by design. It's by
No,
design. They want you reliant and obedient to the system.
yeah, the one thing that I have noticed, well, besides the baby boom,
And
and
not to mention, it's also falls on the category of genocide because our
it
homeless population is being eradicated through all this.
they seem to be
The
the
elderly, list goes on and on.
you know I
Oh, that's strong.
I heard that. um the I talked to, because I know where the homeless encampment is in my area, and I will periodically take out care packages for them. But at in them care packages, none of them care packages ever have any alcoholic beverages in them
No.
ever. Um, but the surprisingly, um, mo at least in Southwest Wisconsin, Northeast Iowa, surprisingly, most of those people, uh, and I've talked to the homeless camps on both sides of the river, and both of those camps, surprisingly, because let's face it, they really aren't the most social, outside of their little enclave, their little community that they've established. They they might be the one group, strangely, they might be the one group that somehow gets through this. Um, they might not get through it unscathed, but they're I've made the inference, um, in a true SHTF situation, um, in talks with a lot of people in my circle, um, that in a long term grid down situation, in a period of, if the grid was to stay down more than 18 months, people think that the chaos of what we've seen after like the George Floyd protests this year, and that other the Audrey, I forget uh Audrey's last name, uh down south.
Well, Nashville, Tennessee area.
Yep. Um, you know, all these politically charged um killings, um, all those cities had major homeless populations. And if in all these major cities, if total anarchy was to cut loose for an extended period of time, where there are no utilities whatsoever, and it becomes kind of like that in I don't know, you ever seen the movie Goodbye World?
I might have. I don't know. I've seen so many movies.
If you get a chance while your mouth is recovering, um, look it up on YouTube. It is a really good flick. And for me to actually name a movie um, and call it out, um, it's it's well worth watching. I will say that. Um, and the the people that are likely to survive a grid down long term, do you think that the the preppers and Cubby, get your paw off my mixer board. Cubby. Um uh they do you think that the all these large prepper groups and prepper communes, um do you think that all these large groups are going to survive,
No.
honestly? You know, many of these large prepper groups and militias, within the first year they're going to collapse into many different factions, um and then you're going to see anarchy and bedlam ensue there. And what a lot of people aren't seeing is the obvious true survivors uh, who seem to fare out the best, even in the Great Depression. Who was it that fared out or seemed to come out unscathed in the Great Depression? What subset seemed to survive better than any other?
The poor.
The homeless.
Because they know how to survive.
They're the true survivalists. They're the ones that have completely detached from the system and have been able to make it through whatever illness may come their way.
Yep, I've
And
said that before. They're the true preppers and survivalists of the world, not the so-called ones that want to claim to be. Sorry, guys, you can claim it all you want. Most of you aren't. Most of you are doing it just for the fucking proceeds you're gonna make in some YouTube videos or Patreon. I mean, you know, and the fact is, you can never be prepared for everything. In fact, even the things you think you're completely prepared for, you're not.
Y-
That's just the facts of life.
I've been on the walk this preparedness path my entire life. And I can truthfully say at the beginning of the lockdown, and granted, I live in a state that literally handed its governor his ass, and essentially castrated him from doing pretty much anything, with his emergency orders. Wisconsin seemed to somehow, some way, and I haven't yet quite figured the logistics out on that, but they uh oh, what the heck you got there? Oh wow. Um but there was um damn it, now I forgot where I was going with this. Get me back on track, Drew.
I don't know where you're going with it.
um the homeless are so oh, I know where I was going with it. This lockdown should show people, at least those who have eyes to see, ears to hear, and of discerning mind,
I mean,
that
it definitely showed how unprepared people were and paranoid they got. The way they rolled the fucking toilet paper and any type of paper off the shelves and food off the shelves, when you should have at least already in your household a month worth of supply of foods to begin with.
I would actually the definition of a pantry is 3 months, a rolling 3-month supply of
Yeah,
food.
that don't in this day and age that's not going to happen for most
Um,
people. For 99% of people, that ain't going to happen because you can't afford it. You can barely afford a month's worth of food in your pantry.
it you know
I work, I know. Huh. I'm the
it
one that supplies the food in the house right now, and no, it's no impossible. I don't even get really a month's worth of food in the house, and I buy a lot of bulk stuff. My meats are all bulk.
and that's the actual right way to go about it, and with the exception, like if you're buying canned goods, um and something that
Well,
one
I
of my
mean that. Well, let's point this out. Lovely thing about fucking COVID-19. Almost every store, after everybody got paranoid, they started putting restrictions on how much you can buy, even canned goods. You can only buy 3 of this. No more than 4 on certain items. No more than 2 on paper items. And it was paper items that included towels or toilet paper. You could get 1 of each, but you couldn't get 2 of paper towels and 2 of things of toilet paper. Nope, they labeled them as paper products. And it
yeah
included paper. Yeah,
it
I laughed at that one. But
it
like I said, it changed the whole principle of the way you think of things.
it really did, and
I know
this
some of us talked about it. We've talked about it. Some of us in the prepper community, we've talked about how it was going to happen like that. Like I said, this year the preppers got the last laugh on that one, but it proved our points. But it also, we also have to look at the time of age. I mean, for the last 10 years, it's been hard for anybody in the middle class to prepare for anything. You can't. I mean, I'll tell you how much I make a week. I make 450 a week. That don't
what
go far with bills and
what
trying to put aside feed a family of 4.
what a friend of mine up in Alaska, maybe one of the hardest places for people to actually, where it prepping isn't a
But I
thing.
want to get off the prepping topic because I want to keep on 2020 in
Yeah,
review.
yeah, yeah. Let's move to step one.
You
Uh,
considering we got like 15 minutes left. of this hour.
Okay. All right. Let me see if I can pull up. All right. All right. Do I have the screen share? Yeah, I think I do.
Yep.
Okay. Public comment on the new ATF pistol brace guidance won't put you on the list. That is a very good question.
Make sure you link that tweet in the live chat so people can find it.
All right, copy.
And for those that don't know, Step One Survival also has a YouTube channel called Step One Survival. Check him out. He's actually pretty good.
Yeah. And here's the key thing. If you're already on the concealed permit, if you're already a concealed carry,
Well, I think we need to clarify for people who don't like. And Lucas ain't familiar with firearms, so we need to clarify what that pistol thing, grip thing is. It's
all right.
referring to the shotgun.
There is a brace would be any kind of a collapsible or fold out stock on something that identifies or is registered, such as a short barrel shotgun.
Essentially they're sawed-off shotguns, but they're legal because of the terminology, and they get classed as other because it doesn't have the stock.
An NFA.
Yep, it doesn't have a stock.
I
said, it's important we clarify this now before we get anywhere into this, because
now
when I first read it, I was like, huh?
All right, let's do this.
Let's keep it real. Now, the reason sawed-off shotguns got banned in the first place is because of the carry and conceal. You can just put them right up under your trench and walk into places with them. So, we got to be. It's one of those topics where.
All right, we're going to pull one up here.
Can't remember what they're called. The name of them. I wanted one.
All right, we're just going to click on this very first.
Yes.
This is one of those things. This is for pretty much most of your Glocks, and this is just one of them. This would be classified as a collapsible
stock.
Yeah,
it's not a pistol grip.
No.
And that in some states is not legal.
Only now here's the interesting thing. This silencer, also called a can, requires a tax stamp.
Yep. Taxation without representation, let me tell you. It's another way to get on the list.
now that's just one. There's another one out there that you can actually drop your Glock actually into it slides right into
it slides into a carbine. I know. One of the first models was the Dragunov.
It's similar. Here it is, right here. This one, I believe it is. No, trying to find it here. I just seen it because it had a magazine. Yeah, it's right here. This one has the ability that you can actually put your a spare mag and all that right onto uh your Glock literally slides right into, drops down into it flawlessly. And it's now the efficacy is
It turns your
how
pistol into a short range like rifle,
it,
but it's still considered a pistol. So.
yep. And within 3 seconds, your pistol goes back into your everyday carry because it's not a bolted item.
Yeah.
And
Well, I mean, it's a good lesson for people to understand. There's multiple terminologies for when it comes to guns and the working components, what makes them what puts them under a different classification. It's all a bunch of fucking terminology labels that have legal parameters and meanings. And
this is
know
the
what
one
you're
that
doing.
I was I'm most familiar with.
I'm
And
familiar with the carbine ones.
but it works very, very similar. Um, your pistol slides right up in, uh, and it's a very, very. The only difference is that you don't get this SB3 tactical. The brace is slightly different than this.
That
But
brace is similar to the one that's on your shotgun.
yeah.
The Mossberg. I can't remember the name of it. It's Mossberg something, but either way, it's a different
But
thing.
I mean, these are what they're trying to um these are your various um shoulder braces that they're trying to actually get rid of, that you can use your pistol and other things, other tools. I don't like to call them uh
They're accessories,
yes.
and
And
and by the wording by the federal, the FTA
this is the
or
one.
ATF, the wording on it. Now the brace itself is a whole different thing.
This
But
is
when we're talking about the carabines and stuff like that, you drop your thing in. You don't need a permit for that thing.
nope, this right
You
here
don't
you
need a
do not
license or
need.
nothing because you already got it with your pistol.
Yeah, and this is the one right here that you.
But once you put that pistol in that carbine, it is no longer considered technically a pistol, and you cannot carry and conceal it that way.
But if you look at this picture right here, your pistol slides up, it locks in. Question is, if you're in a law enforcement position and you've seen that, is that a pistol or is that a rifle or is that um
I mean,
any other?
I mean, I don't want to do this. I don't even want to talk about this. In a sense, what you're doing, you're turning your pistol into the receiver. Period.
Yep.
That's what these things are.
Yep.
And people ain't gonna like me saying that, but that's the truth. That's your receiver. I can sit here and build me an AR from the ground up. Until I put that receiver in there, it's perfectly legal. In fact, I can buy a receiver without a license, put it in there. It's still legal. Don't have to license it. But as soon as I slap that barrel on there, there's a whole different ball game.
Actually, it becomes the moment that a firing pin. You remember?
States, a bunch of states are different on this one. Ohio, North Carolina, a lot of the southern states are the same on this one. Until you slap that barrel on there, you can have because you get your receiver. There's a fire pin right there. You got your bolts and everything. until you slap that barrel on there, you don't have to register it. But once you put that barrel on there, it becomes a immediately need to register item. Even though you can buy a barrel without registering the barrel, once you slap that barrel on that receiver, different ball game.
Do you remember that movie? I forget. It was Clint Eastwood and what the heck? John Malkovich, I believe. He made a firearm out of a couple blocks of wood.
I mean, you can make a firearm out of anything. I mean, zip guns.
This essentially was, that's what it was like
a 22 and a straw.
I'm trying to remember the name.
I don't know.
The guy was the plot line. He was going to try and take out another president.
Oh, I really don't know. I'm not talking about it.
But the plot line was really strange, how you could mill out things, and I'm not going to
keyword illegal.
Exactly. And in the movie, and this is like an 80s movie, mind you, when Clint Eastwood was still
probably a Dirty Harry movie.
No, it actually wasn't a Dirty Harry movie. He was playing a Secret Service agent.
I don't know, but I do know we're getting close to the hour mark again.
Oh shit. But you know, the thing is that this pistol brace was geared at your short-barreled rifles, that you really, that's where that are registered as a pistol, and it makes, there are a lot of veterans, and I think that's the area of people that they're trying to disenfranchise.
People that have been hurt, lost limbs.
Yep.
I mean, that's where those braces, I mean, I don't need a brace for anything.
But that's,
there's some people do. Disabled people, some disabled people need the brace. And that's been the argument with this pistol brace in Congress before.
And this is where they're trying, and it has been upheld by the ADA, has stepped in on this 2 other times that this has been before Congress.
But as you know, step 1 survival puts it, you're already on the list.
Yep.
If you own a pistol, you're on the list. If you own a rifle, you're on the list. If you own a can, you're on the list.
And what, you know, and that's a common,
if you buy a black powder gun, you're on the list because you have to register the weapon. Like I said, as soon as you put the barrel on it, it's got to be registered immediately.
It depends on the variant of the black powder. Now, your ball and cap don't yet need registration. Not yet. Ball and cap percussion, pistols and rifles don't technically.
Yeah, well, not in my state. The one we bought had to be registered, and that was ball and cap. Because now can't. Now you can. The way ammunition, the bullets have become, you don't have to use ball anymore.
Yeah, they come.
Yeah, I've got some nice 60 caliber fucking hollow points.
Yeah, some of these black powder that has come so far. And I used to love shooting.
I still love shooting black powder.
Black powder pistols are a blast, but literally. But what people don't seem to to understand is that this is just one more step. And this argument about the cans, people using cans and stuff like that, I can tell you, as somebody, as a shooter, somebody who spends a lot of time, I can tell you that a can, though it makes the shot a little bit quieter,
They still go bang.
um, it affects a lot of things. Um, your accuracy, the speed, um, the ballistic coefficient, range,
It's any mod you do to your firearm
all
changes
those all those things go out, now come into question the moment that you put one of those things on. Now, having spent a lot of time behind large bore weapons, I wish I had some kind of hearing protection. I'm not going to say what my MOS was, and neither are you. But when you're shooting large bore firearms, hearing protection would have been nice, don't you
Oh
think?
yeah, I agree. I mean, I had some asshole. In case you're listening, decided to, we're at the range. Well, he's next to me. He decides to load a fucking 50, a Sabo round in a 12 gauge because
Oh,
they do make Sabo rounds for 12 gauges. Oh my
yep.
fucking god! Right next to my ear hasn't been the same since. Fucking asshole.
And
But
vision,
um, that's
and
something else. That's going to be more on towards what's coming in 2020. But we're going to start. I mean, 2021. We're going to start seeing them coming more and more after our firearm rights, and we'll talk about that here a little bit later. But I do want to let everybody know stream's probably going to cut off here in a second. Bear with me as you guys, for those who've been watching, which really we've been stuck at us two watching it, so I don't know who's all got the links or not. But we'll be, yeah, I'm glad you can laugh at that one.
it's there's, oh,
Nice to see you, brother.
hey brother, uh
My stream's going to cut out here because we're limited to an hour from the mines,
all
but I'm
right,
just gonna it should refresh real quick
all
for
right.
all those tuning in.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna go to the ladies' room.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to
Well, my
say
wife can't wait.
just to say it's streaming stop. But still be doing live call ins for those that want to call in the next hour. The link, I'll repost the link. But like I said, 2020's been an awesome year. The gift that keeps on giving, and it apparently will still wants to go out in the bang. But I've enjoyed it. Like I said, there's just so much this year you can cover. And I haven't got into some of the juicier topics yet. Nor have we gotten into what we're foreseeing for 2021, which, like I said, don't be an optimist. If you thought 2020 was bad, you ain't seen shit yet. But it's like I've pointed out a lot of good things that's happened this year with people. More people started gardening, becoming self-independent, started questioning things a lot more. What should we need? That can't stop. You know, I haven't, like I said, I'm just, we'll get into the stimulus Scrooge of the year part in the next segment. Yeah, they can take that $600 and shove it where the sun don't shine.
I feel human again. I feel human.
Oh no, but I forgot to take the fruit out of the fucking my glass and that blackberry brandy mixed with the peach moonshine.
Somebody's gonna do a repeat of the other night, I think.
Oh, I'm actually doing pretty good.
We need to get we need to shake that tree side of the hop house and put
Cool. I was wondering when he's gonna finally finish that.
Yeah, we should get him up.
He's more than welcome to join in. Like I said, I'll repost the actually I'll send him the link.
Yeah, send him the link.
I know where to find him at.
All you got to do is just send up a little smoke screen, and I'm sure he'll find it. Or a smoke signal.
I can do that with his eavesdropping pet.
We love you, Rob. We got to pick on you.
But I mean, like I said, 2020 for me has been great. I mean, fuck, Suburban. I look out in the driveway every morning. It's like, oh yes, there's my new play toy.
When you really you look at what all I hear when I go to the store, I hear how bad 2020 has been to a lot of people, and it really has. But it also, as we covered
it in the mind, so we should be here seeing us go. And we're back.
Hey,
I couldn't do this tonight.
We're right on track tonight.
Let me grab this link.
There's a lot of people rightfully have a lot of room to say that 2020 has been a really bad year. But I would lament that to a degree, it is a perspective to where your level of optimism is and where your head is actually at, is to how the year has actually panned out. For me, I too got a new ride in 2020. I'm actually up and vertical. With
a badass leg.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that fucker's bad to the bone. And I'm actually looking at another. I'm kind of torn because here in another few months to a year, I'm going to be looking at having to get a new socket made. And though I love the current socket that I have now, I really like it. I'm almost thinking that the next one, I don't know if I want to stay with the same theme or if I'm going to do something like a camouflage type printing. You know, something different. Something you don't ordinarily see. And when I seen that faded glory,
Oh God, I can't type.
it was like one of the, it was like a light bulb went off, and it was like that aha moment of, because none of the other images, and I looked at like 60 previous images, and the guy was like, well, I only have one other image that I think it is right up your alley. And just from talking to you, he's like, I don't normally share this one with people, but this one would seem very apropos for you. And as soon as I seen the picture, I was like, oh wow, you know. But it really, the picture really didn't do it justice until I actually seen it in real life. And I was just like, wow, you know, wow. And I keep telling myself that on one of these podcasts, I'm actually going to.
You're gonna have to, yeah. I mean, you should definitely get a. Well, you got pictures of it.
I've got pictures.
Or just show the leg. I mean, it is beautiful.
I mean, the
If I could have
artistry.
if I could have that done as a full leg tattoo, I would, but I couldn't afford it.
Oh, the amount of detail on it.
Yeah, nothing screams Sons and Daughters of Liberty like her prosthetic leg.
It really is about the very documents that you see.
This picture right now.
It really screams that of what our forefathers wrote in the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States of America.
This is a perfect segue to get into how our constitutional rights have been fucking taken away from us this year.
Do I need to go get my leg? Hey, somebody joined us, I think.
Should be Rob the Man.
Hey, what's happening? Am I connected?
What's up, brother? Yep, you're connected.
Okay, cool.
Hey, brother.
I don't know, man. Your stream was coming in really good for a minute, and then it just started cutting out on me.
Yeah, that's because at the every hour mark, the minds disconnect.
Right. No, I mean, it was just buffing.
Yep. Yeah, that was when we got disconnected, and I got to hurry up and replace the code in on the minds to restream.
Right. Yeah, because I'm looking at my shit, and I'm running at like 3 gigabytes of speed, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Damn, 3 gigabytes? You're doing good.
Fuck, man, you're smoking.
If he's smoking right where he lives.
Smoking. Yeah, I am smoking. That
must be
nice.
Nice.
Ziggity boo for real.
So how's your
a new Mi-Fi?
Okay, 5G?
Yeah.
So how is your year been?
Sometimes it pulls in 8 and 9G though.
Nice.
Oh, smoke.
Right. Right. Well, they put that new tower in, not 2-3 mountains over.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, and I got a clear line of sight to it. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it runs real good now. Like it'll run my computer, both the kids' Kindles and Jen's tablet, all at the same time. I don't know. It's been all right. I might have to yell at a small in a minute.
Yeah, it's been an interesting year though. We can't say we called it a long time ago though. I don't know how many times we've set out back staring at those mountains talking about shit like this.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't no big surprise to me.
Okay, that's fine.
Like, not much really changed here.
No, for real, my rural area, nothing really changed either. I mean, at first it was kind of everybody paranoid about it, but
See, we didn't even have that over here.
oh, we did bad.
Everybody around here was like, "Oh, they're full of shit."
Uh huh. Oh, I know. I kept up with some of the Watoga posts.
Yeah. Right.
They took it better in most places.
I mean, like neighbor Dave, over there on the hill, he was like, "Oh, they're full of shit,"
Mhm.
But I mean, all the neighbors. I mean, the only good thing. Well, there was one good thing I could say happened. Shannon bought an AR-15.
Wow,
Yeah.
about time.
Yep. And actually came out and said, "Hey, I'm down for the cause if something goes down, man." He bought him an AR-15 and 10 extra mags and a fucking 1,000 rounds of ammo.
Oh,
Hey.
smoke.
You gotta do it right. Do it right.
Right. That's what I said. I said, "Go on in, man. Get her done."
Yeah, get her done before fucking Biden steps in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you ain't bullshitting on that.
I mean, that's like I said, it's gonna be Obama all over again. Well, maybe not. It's gonna be worse because if Biden did get caught slipping on Good Morning America, saying that he's gonna have some kind of flu disease, and Kamala Harris is gonna be the president.
Right.
So
We knew that shit was coming, though.
well, yeah. I mean, it's just
that. I mean, that was so obvious. It wasn't even like Mike Airy seen that shit.
Hey, Drew.
Yeah.
Look in the cam. Yeah.
There it is.
I had to turn the light on my flash or on my cell phone.
Yeah, that thing.
I'm on my cell phone now.
Yeah, that's badass.
Shit. What is that? Camouflage something, ain't it?
No.
I can't tell. The picture's so small. I can't see it. The picture's too small.
Yeah, he's on his cell. It's gonna be hard for him to see. It's the flags and Constitution, and that thing's badass.
Ah, sweet. I mean, it did make me. It did force me to the new. Okay, I kind of see it a little bit. That's cool. That's cool as fuck.
Yes,
hell
it is.
yeah! All right. Yeah, that's sweet.
But it better be for what it costs.
I can imagine.
I
can imagine.
But
it did. But yeah, back to the pandemic thing. It did make me do one thing that I'd been putting off for quite a while. You remember that really expensive purchase I wanted to make for that optic?
Yeah.
Yeah, I broke down and bought it.
About time.
Yep. Oh, and I'm gonna tell you what, it's nice.
Yeah, I have to give you a call about that. Get the skinny on that one. You never call me.
Gen 3. Just a Gen 3 night vision.
Ah.
It was the one thing he was lacking.
Right.
It's I watched a lot of people actually, it's kind of it's very interesting that you would bring that up, because I watched a lot of people actually go and get those, but there's a very few people actually now. An optic is one thing, but like nods and things of that nature, how
Right.
most people, and I would say that a majority of the people that went out and spent big dollars on optics and various other visual aids, I would say that very few people, especially with nods, unless people actually go out and actually train with them at a range, because things are very different. As you well know, my past, that your depth perception, especially with nods, and I thought I turned my damn camera off. Apparently not.
Like a chemo patient.
Yeah.
And I'm the one that's drinking.
Yeah. I'm just drinking coffee, y'all.
Just
for
smoking a bowl.
not me. I'm the sober one.
Well, I'm sober.
Yeah, and I'm the president of my own little island.
Could be.
Right.
But
President of my own
I'm
little
sure
world.
there's one out there in the Mississippi we could claim.
but in all seriousness, though, very few people actually spend a little bit of time with training on, and this was another part of that that apocalypse. Oh, coffee went down the wrong tube. That just like they did with the toilet paper, they did the same thing with
fucking toilet paper.
Hey, that's essential paper. That's the essential paperwork, man.
Yeah, it just rolled off the shelf too.
Oh,
It did. No, it didn't
I
roll
got
off the
fucking
shelf.
cases of it.
That shit flew off the shelf. Like the national debt. That fucker shot like a rocket. But and that we'll get into that too a little bit later on, probably in part 5. At this rate,
enough shit paper to last me till next year.
Well, you hope anyhow.
Oh no, I do. I do.
Way, so.
but that.
Well, no, I mean 2022.
But here's the interesting fact is that there was over 7 million new first-time gun buyers in 2020.
Well, yeah, you gave everybody a stimulus package.
yeah.
That's $1,200. What do you think most people spent that on?
Well,
Probably why Congress don't want to
Right,
give
you
us
gave
anything
everybody
bigger
a
than
free gun.
600.
What do you want, Sophie?
well, here's the thing. You have all this chaos and panic and disorder from all this civil unrest.
Exactly. That's where a lot of the gun sales came in. Was during the Black Lives Matter, the Antifa.
Shit is,
I mean, it got to a point
Yeah, they're
That's
all
what
scared shitless.
it got to the point where Walmart stopped selling ammunition and guns and didn't replenish them until hunting season came around, and they were still being fucking dicks about it. But they waited till
I'll tell you
thanks
what, you can't find shit
after
Walmart
election.
around here.
You can't find
Our
anything.
Walmart has no ammo.
They have at mine.
We've got a little bit of 12 gauge turkey shot.
They have. That's pretty much all they have out here too. Most people are after like 20 gauge because they've finally discovered that the 20 gauge is just as can do all the same thing with half the recoil. And now you can't find a 20 gauge, you can't find ammunition for it, and like Olin, they're saying the latest projections from Olin is that it will be probably spring, summer of 2022 before they are back on track. Olin is huge. That's Winchester.
Fuck them, I'll make my own.
Right. And then the truth, if anybody's smart by now, they should have a loading press.
They should have.
Look, when all this shit went down, we put Uncle Larry to work, and we got plenty of ammo now. We got more ammo than we know what to do with.
You can send it my way.
We actually thought about selling it. We actually thought about going down to the cattle auction and selling them.
I would.
I won for several.
Well, we were going to sell it at fucking triple price.
You know, it's funny that you would say that, because guess who has landed their ass in not just state court, but now federal court because of I think it's a 1930s law on the books during a national emergency for price gouging. Cheaper than dirt got their twig and berries.
Yeah, fuck them. That's who gave us the idea of doing it.
and they are most likely, from what I've been hearing,
even before this, I've always laughed at them because they're not cheaper than dirt.
Fuck no, they're not.
What I'm hearing is that the ATF is looking at how they can go about revoking their
license,
their ammunition license to be able to sell. Not just suspend it, but actual revocation without the no matter what the domain. They can't do the appeal. They can't revocate that. That on its face is unconstitutional. They have to allow.
You're done, homie.
They have to give them the ability to appeal that ruling, but they don't. And the appeal has
actually no, they don't, because it falls under tax. Now, as we learned from Obama era with the Obamacare, if it's considered has anything to do with tax, you're done. You can't even appeal it.
but what they did was they went and they quadrupled the price on and more.
Oh, let me look at the fucking these Jewish. Oh, I can't use that word.
Um,
Bastards of fucking the oil companies. That man, we've been dealing with cheap gas all fucking year. I mean, I fucking began towards the end of COVID. I was getting gas for a fucking $1.28.
yeah,
And
That's cheap. That's
we're
cheaper than I was getting it.
well, no, yeah, it's expensive
it's
now. They just before Christmas they decided to be Scrooges and jump at $2.35 a gallon.
it's 2.29 here.
It's still it's $1.89 here.
Yeah, I found one place that was $1.99, and I was
Yeah.
shocked as soon as I seen it. I pulled the Suburban in. I'm like, I'm gassing up now because I don't feel like spending $50.
But
But
fucking diesel is fucking
Oh my
$2.30.
god, yeah, diesel's still expensive here too.
it's
Well, it
they
was
they
down to
they,
198 a couple
Damn.
weeks ago.
they can't
I know. I was like, hell yeah, I'm filling up.
they can't they have
I filled
to
up fucking.
they have to appeal they have to allow them that appeals process. They cannot
Though it depends how it depends the wording on the law, how they word it. If they get them for price gouging, that falls under economics and taxes. They don't get an appeal because of that. It doesn't even. They can't even go to the Supreme Court with it because the Supreme Court will throw it out.
it's I
It's
don't
not
think
protected under the Constitution.
under the Emergency Affairs Act, which is how they would revocate them, that is appealable.
Well, no, not even a little bit, because we all know, well, when emergency, whether it's state or federal emergencies issued in any state, you lose your constitutional rights. It's their say.
Right. Remember that shit, right? And if you're within 100 miles of a border,
You have no constitutional
you're
right.
in a constitution free zone.
And they're based out of
Right.
Texas. I forget where. I think they're based out of San Antonio.
Well, it don't matter. They're in Texas. They're fucked.
Right.
Texas isn't as Texas once thought it was.
Well, no, Texas almost all
Right, I
Texas
know.
falls in within 100 miles of a constitutional free zone. So
Right. 100 miles of border.
that's from the
Right.
border to wherever that 100-mile ends.
But they it sounds like
That's why I like where I'm at right here.
and yeah, you're up in elevation. You're kind of sheltered from most of the hurricane force shit that comes in.
Not.
You
We
should
get
be.
wind or rain. That's about it.
Yeah, I mean that you're gonna get the you're gonna get that wind and rain at any altitude. Pretty soon you should be seeing that pretty white stuff.
Oh, they already got it. They got snow all over that area. I was seeing fucking what is it? Snow Goddess pitching her
Oh,
from
yeah.
Blind Rock. Oh my god! I was like, "Where's our snow? We got it fucking like last week." Oh no,
Yeah,
we
there's
got
snow everywhere down here, man.
I'm like,
I'm looking at green grass right now.
for the most part, we are too.
Yeah, yeah, we got snow.
No, you just keep
Dude,
it out
that's
there.
crazy because over in Ashtabula, or over at the farm, they got like a foot of snow, man.
Oh
Damn.
damn!
Well, I know because I did Friday night, or no, was it Friday night? No,
Over
it
in
was Christmas Eve.
Ashtabula, they got like 17 inches.
Oh fuck!
Sword Point 9 was fucking talking about all the snow they were getting. I'm like, and that's kind of around the Findlay, Columbus area. And I'm like,
Right.
oh, we ain't got shit. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
they
you
got
will.
dumped on.
I'm like, no, we won't. Yeah, we got a dusting.
Yeah, we've had a couple
Most
of
of the state got dumped on.
Now we got the fucking
I said
frigid north.
up by the lake, they got 17 inches.
That's really nice.
Well, y'all talking all this real deep snow. You about to scare me into wanting to go and find my Sub-Zero bag and crawl in it and put a
Shit.
sign out that says "Do not disturb till spring."
Where I'm at, you might need it. Our fucking temperatures in the last
look,
3 days haven't broke fucking 18. That's not counting wind chill.
Oh, it's gonna be in the 40s tomorrow.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
Well, no, it was so cool, dude. It was so cold today.
you-
The fucking pipe goes under the house.
Oh wow.
It's thanks, you
Yeah.
guys. I just looked at my fucking weather. 60%
It's
chance of
default,
snow tomorrow, 70% on Tuesday, 50% on Wednesday, and 30% on Friday. Thanks.
Oh no, that shit can fucking stay that way. I got my fucking dentist appointment fucking Tuesday. That's not being missed.
Hey, Rob. You think we can do his dental work
Yeah.
for him? We'll do it free.
No, man. No, I like Smiley. I don't want to do that to him.
Smiley's losing a four
I
of
know
his
what
front.
that shit's like. Fuck that.
I'm getting 8 extracted on Tuesday.
What's that?
I'm getting 8 extracted on Tuesday.
Okay.
4 of the front ones, and 3 on one side, and that fucking botchery of a dentist, so-called fucking dentist at fucking Noble, that left the
Our
fucking
butcher?
crown room. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. I've got about. I think I've got about 12 out of. Almost all my tops are gone right now. I still got 2, 3. I got 3 on top left, but I'm waiting to get them taken out as well.
Get
Yeah.
Get
fucking
them-
all said and done.
it
I had
done.
to go to Aspen Dental.
Get,
I got fucking.
What's that?
I ended up having to go to Aspen Dental because the family dentist.
I've been that close, man. I have too,
At the family dentist.
but I don't feel like driving all the way to Hickory.
Man, I was supposed to go fucking in June of last year or this year, and they postponed it all the way to fucking February. Then come November, they called me and fucking postponed it till May. And I was in pain by then. And I'm like, man, I called Aspen Dental. They got me in the same day. Mind you,
You good drugs?
no, I didn't. I refused the drugs. But mind you,
What?
yeah.
What?
Forklift
What's
driver.
wrong with you?
Forklift driver. Yeah, I'm not trying to cough up my
So, store
cushy
them,
job.
put them away.
Oh
I
man,
would have
But I
But I tell you
taken.
what, the bill over
I
$6,000.
I would have taken the meds and squirreled them away for
Right.
A rainy day
For a
fund.
rainy day.
because you never
Right.
know. You
Put
slip
them
and
away for the
fall
rainy day fund.
when shit might happen, that you slip, fall, you break something,
Right.
you might need them.
Right. Anything.
You know, it's
Right. Anything.
it's a
You might be in the middle. You might be in the middle of bugging out, slip and fall, twist your ankle up a little bit, be able to eat 1 or 2 of them, and fucking walk along your merry way.
Oh, I've got my
You know
supply.
what I mean? To where
Yeah, I know what you
without
mean.
1 or 2 of them, you might be laying there.
I-
I just stashed them.
I already
got
know
a
they're
bottle.
gonna fucking issue
I got a
me
bottle from my dentist too.
I know they're gonna issue me give me a subscription for Oxys on Tuesday.
Right. Yeah, that's what I got. I got they're Percocets, but I got like 40 of them put away. Just in case, you know.
but you know, back on track here, you know, there's a lot of things that people are not taking into consideration now that
Same thing with antibiotics too. If you get
Yes.
your hands on any antibiotics,
Oh,
put them up.
fuck it. I've got amoxicillin stocked up.
Good shit. I mean, you know,
I ended up depleting my stash because I had fucking the back
You know
tooth
that
pull, and it was fucking the root was been exposed, and oh my fucking god, that's pain.
mhm.
Fucking felt like my
Mhm.
fucking head was gonna explode. Pain. But I found.
Remember, I always told you, man.
Oh, I remember.
Remember what
I
I always
seen
told you
you.
about dentistry?
Yeah, I see. Oh, yeah.
Like, dude, right? Like, if we ever wanted to get some information out of motherfuckers,
Oh,
come
yeah.
on, bring them teeth
Uh-huh.
out. You're gonna talk.
I mean, I went through fucking in 1 week a fucking jar of fucking 1,000 milligrams of gummies.
Right.
I'm one of those.
You get a
I
script for that shit yet? It's legal up there now.
Not where I work.
I'm one of them lucky ones. I'm 42-0 with dentists.
I hate dentists.
You know why I'm 42-0? I keep knocking them out.
All I gotta say, they better have some strong sedation.
Oh, I didn't feel shit when dude was taking mine out. A little pressure here and there, but
So,
You
well, they
know.
got me in for the painless extraction, so we'll see. It better be painless.
it pretty much is. You feel a little pressure, but that's about it.
Considering I about
I had
fucking
the
get,
painless ones
I
too.
almost fucking threw up when they fucking did the fucking impression for my upper.
Right. Well, like when they were taking X-rays, I about puked. So you
So that
know.
didn't bother me. But when they put that fucking dental impression up in my fucking mouth, didn't bother me on the bottom. Which I don't know why they did the bottom. The impressions actually was just for my 4 front teeth on the top.
Right.
Because I mean, I guess on the same day I get it done, I'm walking out with a healing denture. They're like,
Right.
"Oh yeah, you'll be fine. We'll have a healing denture. We'll put it right in place for you." I'm like, how's that gonna work?
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know, but I found out how good my insurance was. My first part of the bill is like a little over $3,000, and I end up only paying just a little over 13. So 1,300
bad.
something. No, my dental covered it fucking well.
Yeah.
So gave me discounts plus the fucking what they took out for deduction. It was like, fuck, I can actually afford to do this. Let's get it done.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Get your the fastest way to take somebody out of a fight is to mess with their have dental problems, get them taken care of, or get them yanked. I made that decision, of course. So I was never gifted with having the best teeth anyway, because of the nerve disease that I battled for forever and a day. It made things so much worse. But
Hey man, YouTube is so full of shit.
what?
It's just saying. I'm watching the live stream now. It says 2 people are watching now.
Yeah, it's jumping up 2, 4. It's like
But
I quit paying attention.
the biggest and the fastest way to take somebody out of a very fluid situation is severe dental issues. And I made the decision.
Yeah.
I made that decision 15 years ago. Because I was constantly having teeth pulled seemed like it was every 4 or 5 months. They'd want to do a root canal. And finally I was like, you know what? I'm done with this root canal stuff. Just yank the damn thing. And finally it got to a point that I just said, you know what? I don't care. You're going to knock my ass out and you're going to take the rest of them. And they're like, well, we can't really do that here. And I'm like, okay, so send me to an oral fucking surgeon. and we'll go that
Right.
route.
That's the one thing nice about Aspen Dental. They actually have an oral surgeon on staff.
Well, I didn't have at the time. Aspen wasn't. They were at that point. We had an Aspen relatively close, but they were so booked up. I would have had to have waited like 9 months to a year, and I had a lot of other health issues that were going on.
Speaking of time frames like that, that's something else we learned this year over the pandemic. Trying to get into hospitals for anything was like pulling teeth.
You know,
Literally.
Look, I'm not gonna lie to you. I had to go to the hospital down in Wilkesboro a while back
to
get some lab work done. And dude, it was fucking scary.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I was nervous as a mother. I felt like I should have been carrying 6 fucking pistols on me and an AK.
I had to go with my sister for all the procedures and stuff she had to do around from October till December. I mean, the worst was December when I fucking had to go up there and sit in the fucking Suburban for fucking 5 hours because I wasn't allowed in. I wasn't even allowed inside the building. I went in.
I've been sleeping in the Suburban.
Oh, I did. I fucking folded down the fucking middle section and went to sleep. Well, I put a fucking inflatable mattress in there. So I was like,
yeah.
I mean, I got all this room, even if I just fold down the front or the first back section and just leave the.
I know. That's what's nice about it.
I love that Suburban. Best fucking investment ever. Although the red base still runs. In fact, it got almost $1,000 put into it. It runs better than it did when I bought it.
Right.
But yeah, I needed a new vehicle.
But it was weird. I started getting the process of getting my prosthesis right before Christmas last year. I was actually in December 11th was the first appointment.
I remember when you first sent me the pictures, it was right around, I was still on my hiatus. It was right around the COVID time when it first really started, and with the lockdown and shit, shut down, whatever. It's hard to know what to call it anymore.
And
we didn't do shit up here.
And I had it actually had it home before COVID really. It was like the first couple of weeks of January when I actually brought it home. I mean, it was like 3 weeks from the first appointment where they did all the fitting and all that stuff till I brought it home. It was only like 3.5, maybe 4 weeks, and I had it. And all the insurance, everything, all that was all just wham, bam, thank you, ma'am type shit. And I've never seen something move that fast ever. And I was like, wow. And then shortly thereafter, to get any alterations is like 2 weeks, 3 weeks after I got it. I needed to have a couple major alterations done to it. And then the guy is like, well, just so you know, I'm going to be leaving at the end of the month. And I was like, oh, great. And so I was like, this is crazy. And I'd spent pretty much most of the rest of this year trying to get all the shortcuts that he made corrected. And I don't know how many thousands of dollars have went into correcting his screw ups. And I think I've had 5 trips to the city to get it straightened out. 5. I mean, it's like, and I asked the prosthetics guy, I was like, what happens if this new strain that is due to hit the US literally any day now, what do I do if I have to make a major fix on it? Should something break on it? He's like, unless it gets shot, it's basically bulletproof except for the socket. And I'm like, oh. And he's like, yeah, that's titanium. That you're not liable to break that.
Right, you ain't gonna break that. Like my watch. I got a titanium watch.
My frames are titanium.
That motherfucker's right. That motherfucker's been through hell. Still ticking.
You know, that's another interesting thing that, you know, we talk about we've all, I know you brought it up. Mr. Anderson's actually was one of the first ones I seen start sharing and talking about mutations on the COVID. You know, it took fucking Europe.
I've been waiting for it, man.
Oh, I knew it was coming.
Right.
It was just a matter of time. And, it's like, the question has to be asked, okay, these so-called vaccines, it's not even going to, once it mutates, it's just like having a flu vaccine. It's for the previous year. It's not for the current flu.
Right, exactly.
I mean.
Right, ain't going to do no good for this year's.
But, I mean, goddamn, are they pushing the propaganda on it? Like I said, this year has been the year of propaganda weaponized fear on every front. I mean, they took a page right out of my fucking book, to be honest with you.
And how many people have quickly jumped and really started paying attention to the fact that these are the mainstream media, or as I like to call it, the lamestream, is nothing more than
actors and entertainment.
Weaponized
it's propaganda.
Yeah, it's weaponized.
No, not weaponized. It's actually no longer weaponized. It's legal propaganda because of the executive orders that Obama signed. It's just straight propaganda. We're no different than what it was during fucking Hitler and the Nazis in World War II with the propaganda warfare.
State television.
Yep, it is state television.
I would agree.
If you either stay on the status quo or we're going to shut you up somehow. I mean,
see, that's why I have my TV set off. My TV turns on every morning at 6 a.m. It's like my alarm clock. But what does it turn on to? Fox News. Just to make them happy. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, this guy watches Fox News at 6 in the morning every day from 6 to 7. Leave this old hillbilly motherfucker alone up here.
And, most people don't realize all that data is collected.
That's right.
It's information.
That's why my TV does what it does.
And, dude, never turn on your fucking GPS tracking shit on your phones.
Oh, hell no.
Oh my fucking God, that was scary when I seen fucking all the places I've been this year. Not that it matters, because some of the places I've been, I know I had the GPS tracking off. it's like I keep telling people. I mean, this has been the year that been the gift that keeps on giving because it's been giving us all kinds of shit. I mean, it even gave us a bang before the fucking New Year's over, which I find fucking still. That whole fucking scenario was odd. Actually, made no sense to be honest with you. And that's about where my thoughts are going to end with that. Sorry,
Yeah.
I had to play cat and mouse once this year. I don't feel like doing it before the year's over.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I guess
Made
I
you get
opened.
into looking into something
No, I
you shouldn't have, huh?
no, I just opened my mouth and said a few things I probably shouldn't have.
Oh yeah.
Because I've actually seriously been on a real hiatus this year. It happened right when I came back, and it wasn't on my. It wasn't from my channel where it happened.
Right.
But yeah, I had to play cat and mouse for about a week. And then it got old.
Huh. Right.
Needless to say, they'll think twice before playing that game again.
Well, most of them get a whole new outlook on life when they get 45 stuck in their ear.
Yeah, or a knife.
Right. Whatever. Oh, speaking of knives, dude, I got a new knife.
Oh.
Dude, oh yeah, I think you'd like it. It's a Cold Steel OSS.
Oh.
Dude, this motherfucker's sweet. Jen got it for me for my birthday.
I got one, and I actually got it put up. There's one for you. Me putting a knife up. Dude, it's beautiful. It's got the Confederate flag and everything on. I can't believe those fucking cocksuckers in Congress tried to fucking ban the Confederate flag.
Right. I know. I got one hanging from the fucking hoop house. Anybody that pulls in on our road, first thing I see is that fucking flag hanging from the hoop house.
That's part of my fucking heritage.
All right, it's heritage. It ain't hate, bitch. I'll show you some hate. That's what I tell them. I'll show you some hate.
You don't want to see that from my way. I've been known to clear fucking huge rooms.
But it's been pretty it's been pretty quiet around here.
For the most part, my area has been the same way. Other than, like I said, we've seen a lot of farm lineups.
We had one BLM gathering up in. We had one of them BLM gatherings up in Boone.
We had a couple. We had one in Defiance and Toledo.
Yeah, we had one in Boone, but they behaved themselves.
Yeah, that's
but,
pretty much what here.
What choice do you really got in Boone but to
Right.
behave yourself?
Yeah, you get very little. Yeah. Fucking boom. There's a fucking security camera anywhere you go. Fucking plus half the cops got the same mentality we have, so that helps.
Right.
I remember
we went to war. During this COVID thing when everybody was supposed to be like sheltering in place and staying at home and all that shit. We went to war with all the outer staters up here.
Which is a lot because of that damn college.
Well, no, the college was closed.
Oh.
They shut App State. Yeah, they shut App State down.
Yeah, that's right. That's why they didn't even fucking go to a bowl game this year.
And then we also like how we used to do the cabin rentals and all that.
Huh?
They shut all that down.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah,
so that's
like
fucking.
And then oh no, it was worse.
That's more
than that.
That's more than half the fucking that economy for that area.
Oh yeah, we killed our economy this year. There was no tourism. Like if people from out of town showed up, you got a 14-day quarantine, bitch. Like the po-po were pulling up on you. Like it was snitch central up here.
Oh yeah, I mean they were promoting that too on
Like,
fucking all social media platforms. If you see somebody or if they're throwing a
well,
party, tell the cops. It's happening around here.
no, like Mike was running U-Haul. He was the manager up there.
Yeah.
And when people would come in from out of town or out of state with a U-Haul truck, he was supposed to be reporting them to the sheriff.
Oh,
Right. So they could
damn.
make sure they would quarantine for 14 days.
Well, I mean, truthfully, you all
Like they
another
wasn't
part of
like they wasn't fucking around up here, man. It was funny. I laughed about it. But you know what? During that time when I went into town, it was so nice.
Oh yeah, that's what
It was
made my year.
quiet.
I loved going into town. I was literally trying to find
was
an excuse to go
quiet.
into town. Go into Walmart, nobody's in there, but a handful of people. Oh
Right,
man, it was
nobody
love.
around. I loved that shit. I was like, cool. Nobody around. Awesome.
Then people started wising up. It's like, man, fuck this.
Right. Then everybody got hip.
Well, I had to go to Monroe for a fucking front tire issue, which I had a bead blown. Then somehow between my trip from fucking Monroe home and to work, I had got a flat again, and somehow I got a nail in the tire. How that happened. So, but Monroe, their policy was simple, man. It's your choice. If you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. If you don't, don't. I'm not going to enforce it.
Right.
That's your constitutional right of freedom of choice. I'm like, I love that. You got my business for life. Because I've been kind of with the Suburban. I've been letting others, when it needs little maintenance, I've been letting others do it, which really hasn't had no maintenance other than the tire issue. And it's not red. Most important part.
Right. It's green.
I can't do another fucking red vehicle. I seen that in a lot, and it was like, I gotta have
Camouflage
it.
is good.
Oh,
Right.
and
Camouflage is good.
it's tinted all the way around. I love it. You can go to bed, sleep in the back, nobody can see in.
Yeah, that's nice. I loved my little Blazer I had. Remember the Blazer?
Oh, I love the Blazer.
Suburban's just a bigger version.
Yes, it is. Everybody should
just
own
a
one.
smaller version. Yeah,
The
they're
only,
good vehicles.
the only thing I wish mine was 4-wheel drive. It's not.
I thought. Oh, that blows.
Yeah,
You can't even make it up the driveway with it.
oh yeah, I can. It's got a big V8 racing engine in it.
Right.
It's got a
it wouldn't make it up
327
the
crate
driveway.
racing
I was
engine
just
in it.
talking shit. Sweet. Don't blow it up.
Nope.
And you thought I missed that.
But don't blow it up.
Yeah.
I took mine up to Avery over. Yeah, that's a good thing during the pandemic too, man. I got to drop my truck off with Avery
Oh, nice.
and leave it with him for a week. Yeah, I left it with him for a whole week. Hey, it's retarded now.
I bet. Well, I mean, he's a diesel mechanic.
Well, I mean, you know how it was before, but it's even worse now.
Oh, nice.
Oh, no. Like, I come out of the dollar store the other day and didn't even mean to do it, and holy shit.
Did you leave a little bit of rubber behind?
I left about fucking 150 foot of fucking rubber behind.
Oh, yeah, it's worse now.
Yeah,
You're gonna be putting tires on
way
that
worse
twice a year
than
now. Yeah,
that's what I said.
I did catch the some of the businesses that closed in fucking Boone. You know, that's like
Yeah.
I said. I mean, I know you experienced it firsthand. You know,
Oh
that's
yeah.
what, like I told people. You know, it's a lot of. It wasn't just the mom and pops that got affected. It was franchises too.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
well, I was
Yep.
making coffee.
Went belly up.
You know,
Everything did.
you
I
guys,
knew that was coming with them anyways, though.
Oh yeah, I did too. But I mean, the way that asshole did it,
Oh, I know, right? Just
that was just dirtball.
right.
I mean, he was an
Uh-huh.
actually the fucking cocksucker did it because he made his money and fucking just said screw everybody else.
Right.
you guys said something that while I was making coffee and I had to grab 4 bags of coffee out of up off the top shelf to throw in the coffee can. That's what took so long. But y'all said something that really resonated. That, you know, it's everybody's heritage, whether they want to admit it or not. The Confederate flag is part of American history. It is part of everybody's heritage, whether they want to admit it or not. It is part.
And everybody should know the truth about it.
Right.
And I've asked a couple of people in different places.
Fair warning, we're about at the hour mark. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, probably at that point I'm gonna have to bounce because I have an early day tomorrow.
I just poured me another COVID killer.
Oh shit. But you know, the reality.
Right. I'm about to pack another bowl.
The reality is that, you know, everybody somewhere in their lineage, that flag is relevant. And I had somebody ask me, because I have a Zippo lighter that does have on one side it has the American flag, on the other side it has the Confederate flag, and it's a Mark V, so it's a relatively current Zippo. And they were ragging about, and this was right after a BLM protest up here, one of 2, and I asked them, I says, if the Confederate flag offends you so much, I says, then answer, that's the war flag. I replied to them, I says, because they said that they pointed to Old Glory, and I said, actually, that's the war flag. I says, if you really want to be truthful, I says, it's the 1776 flag is the closest thing we have to a peacetime flag, the 76 flag. I says, that is factual. And you can actually, I challenge anybody to go look for the American peace flag, the actual peace flag for the United States of America. I challenge anybody.
Well, you don't come down in these hollers just talking shit now.
Right.
You know,
they might think we're dumb rednecks, but we really ain't.
And I've actually been stopped. I had a Punisher sticker, what appeared to be a Punisher sticker, with one half Old Glory and the other half Confederate flag. And I got stopped. So I thought, okay, the officer laid out a few pointing things, and I was like, okay, no problem. So I put a Divers United flag. And about 2 weeks went by, and I got stopped by the same cop. And of course, if you're going and you're looking at something, one car is going 55 at one direction, you're going 55 at the other direction, you're looking in your mirror, that we all know what a diver's flag. We all know what a diver's flag looks like.
Which they tried to ban too.
Yeah.
And
right,
if you look in in a mirror, the diver's arm is actually going in opposite corners, which means something totally different. And he tried to tell me that that was a hate symbol, that I needed to remove it. And I said, sir, I am a certified diver. That is a Divers United logo. Look at it real close. And I opened up my wallet and I pulled out my diver certification. And he's like, and you could clearly see on the United Divers, the embedded logo within it. And he's like, oh, yeah, that's a legit diving credentials. I said, yeah, you need that to refill your air tanks.
Yep.
And
I should know somebody.
He's like,
yeah.
And he's like, that looked like that was going from the right-hand corner, the upper right-hand corner, to the lower left-hand corner. I says, because that was your perception as you looked at it in the mirror. I says, perception is everything. I says, it's very clear that your heart is full of hate. Maybe you should go back to the academy and take some more training. Have a nice day, officer.
Well, I mean, that was something else me and you talked about. It was one of when I was still on hiatus, but it was on your podcast. We talked about how many sheriffs and stuff started either removing the certain parts of their uniform.
Oh, that's all gone now. You don't see and now on their cruisers, you are slowly starting to see many municipalities and county jurisdictions removing protect and serve off their squad car too.
We never had it on ours.
Yeah, that one too. But you know, it's an interesting point because a lot of them were doing it for as a protest reason. I mean, they were literally.
My county sheriff's department's pretty cheap, so you know, it's lucky it's got a little sheriff sticker on the side of the fucking door.
Right.
But in all seriousness, no. In all seriousness,
yeah,
we
all
are.
You gotta do is watch Mayberry, motherfucker.
Yeah, you just described Boone.
That's right, Mayberry, motherfucker. Exactly.
You know.
Well, you know that the Mayberry show, Andy Griffin. You know his sheriff car. They still park up at the mall.
Yes, they do. I remember that.
In the summertime, they bring it out and they'll park it up at the mall so people can go take pictures with it and shit.
You know what? I think that the most refreshing thing that I've seen more so this year than in previous years, we're starting to see more sheriffs stepping out across that line, and they have drawn their line in the sand and not being afraid. And we're seeing police chiefs stepping out along with their sheriff saying, no, we are not going to enforce unconstitutional
Yep.
acts, irregardless
Yeah.
of what that might be. But it begs to question, at what point, how how far and how long are they going to step back and just let shit roll, and how long are they going to let it just happen? I mean,
Well,
you
we got to look at how this whole year's went. They became the most
Right.
vilified fucking organization out there this year.
oh, I've never seen
Right.
that.
Fuck the
I've
police.
I
And
NWA was a hit this year.
yeah, and if you got it, let's keep it real. It was an eye opener even to them. They're like, no,
Right.
we got to get back on the people's side. Even the fucking we've had like in Minnesota in that area where they tried to fucking completely remove the police, and we had that movement where a bunch of fucking cops in protest left, and within not even a month, these motherfuckers that were crying defund the police were crying, come back, we need you.
Right. Help
Seattle,
me. Help me. Help me.
Seattle, Portland. There was one cop that actually was terminated um, because of his. He had made a video in his cruiser. He actually was
Right.
terminated from his job.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I remember that video. I watched it
Yeah.
because he was
Yes,
fucking
yes,
bashing him,
yes.
talking about fucking how unconstitutional this shit was.
Up in Minnesota. Yeah, he
Yeah.
he was he made direct training because apparently he had been a law enforcement trainer at one point in his career um at the academy, and he was pretty outspoken about how illegal what those officers did and what should be the outcome of this. And he got terminated, and he has become a not only a YouTube but an Instagram overnight.
Star.
And he is still um Endless Endeavors, I think, is his podcast. Um and not to shout anybody out, but
I'm shouting people out
Right.
that I don't normally shout out. So
Right.
he stepped across that.
Fuck the police.
He stepped out and he broke rank and refused and stood on principle, and I commend him for that. Should the man have been terminated because he stood on firm principle and called out bad policing practices? You know, because I live very close in the geography of things.
well, I'll
And,
tell you what didn't help his cause though. Alex Jones.
no,
Oh,
Alex.
fuck Alex Jones.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck Alex Jones.
Yeah, that
That
hurt his
fucking
cause. He went on
cockroach.
Alex Jones' show. Next thing you know, he was. But
Oh.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that
let's
didn't
keep it
help
real.
him.
That motherfucker. If you don't know this by now, fucking all Alex Jones is a fucking CIA fucking plant.
He's a
And
gaslighter.
yep, and
He's a
they used
gaslighter.
him just like all those fucking shit during this year Congress poll and all these fucking tech giants, Facebook, Twitter. They've used him to come after you.
Right. Exactly. They said we can do it to him. We can do it to you. Fuck your channel. We took Alex Jones down. We could take your little punk ass channel down.
And I sat there and actually proved they never took his shit down.
Right.
Because this dumb motherfucker doesn't realize people can actually open up his source codes on his website and show that he's connected to YouTube live streaming.
Yep. Yeah, that's been well documented.
We
But
know he's a shill.
That's time for more shine.
but I mean,
We
there's
knew that shit years ago, though.
Uh-huh.
you know, there were a lot of things, and for those that a little
Yeah,
inside,
we knew that when we were living in the swamp, Smiley.
Yeah.
you know, a lot of people don't know that every single one of those officers in that short little video clip, every single one of those officers have been involved in at least 2 or more incidences where somebody lost their lives, either in the Minnesota, Minneapolis, Twin Cities region, or in other larger metro areas within their police career and or military police career.
Very much so. And me, the people's perspective touched on that a lot too. I wish fucking OBS
Right.
didn't screw us out of that fucking our 200th podcast, because I had her on and apparently it didn't go when I hit the hotkey. It didn't go live.
But it's,
Oh, bitch.
you know, a lot of people don't seem to know that, and I don't mean to I don't mean to hate on all law enforcement,
No,
but
it goes back to my old saying with the bad apples.
No.
There's a bad apple and in every
Right, there's
fucking
bad apples
group.
everywhere.
I mean, Rob will tell you I was a bad apple in
Right.
his group. I have my days,
Right.
and sometimes you got to get rid of the bad apple.
you know
Just
it.
for a second.
But
Just to wake him up.
But it's one of those.
Too.
It's one of
Just
those
to wake him up.
situations that, you know, in case people haven't been paying attention, look at the uniformity of, you know, we all here grew up in an age where counties wore brownies, cities wore tended to wear the blue
or whites.
Now
Stadies wore blue or gray, depending on their state.
Yep.
Now
Now-
they're all wearing black except the Stadies, and they're gray.
and unless they're working tactical, then they're in blacks.
A lot, but most of our sheriffs are in blacks now. They put down
all-
their
Yeah,
uniform.
we're always in
but
black.
but that's because of the protests and stuff.
all of them now out here, cities and counties have all went to the black.
And removed their shields.
Yep.
Yeah.
They removed their shields, and they
no more badge under.
and they're in replace of the shields, they put the fucking American flag and the blue in there, in the blue color upside down.
They don't even
Right.
have flags on our city or county uniforms. Only the county or municipal logo is shown.
Hey, you know they hit that shit with a laser-guided missile, right?
I was wondering. Oh yeah, yeah. I guess you've seen the pictures of the bright flashing white. And wait, the RV's still there.
Right. Yeah, I've looked at a whole bunch of videos and pictures and steel
Like I said-
frames and all kinds of shit.
I've kept my thoughts, opinions pretty much all to myself on that subject. I mean, me and Upchurch had a good
I just
conversation
had,
about
felt like
it.
I had to throw that out real quick, man. Something just
Yeah.
told me to go ahead and say that.
Me and Upchurch had a good conversation about that, which I was shocked.
That's what it looked like to me. It's just my opinion. I don't know nothing. I'm just dumbass hill jack up in the mountains. You know?
Well, I could, the more I think about it, the more I hypothesize about things and look at, okay, what would the evil me do? Well, I know I got something coming up on the 6th.
Right.
We can curtail it with the fucking pandemic, but that's not working anymore. Because
Right. So we got to start blowing some shit up again.
Yeah,
You know, there's just been more mall shootings too.
yeah, and I just
You
I
know,
don't know. Something keeps
The
whispering in
mall
my
shootings are
ear that
picking up
was
again too.
that may have been a ABC gang.
You know,
Right.
my thought. I'm the one of the I'm going to be the optimist. Um, pessimistic. I'm pessimistically optimistic
Let's
about,
remember where this got you last night.
huh?
Let's remember where this got you with our conversation last night. Where I shot everything down.
I'm pessimistically optimistic, with reservation, because I've not yet seen the terms of service for 21 yet. I keep hoping that I'm gonna see a terms of service agreement here for 2021.
Well, let's remember now. Terms of service is something to change at any time, and we don't have to notify you.
Right.
Smart
Just
ass.
like the fucking menu.
True.
There's got to be a smart ass
Just
in
like
every
the
crowd.
menu, subject
Yep.
to change
Change.
without notice.
Yep. God, I miss some real good food.
Yeah, there got to be a smart ass in every fucking crowd. But seriously, you know, when you look back at
Oh man, I had some of them sweet potatoes tonight.
Oh no.
The year
Gonna be on a fucking
and
liquid diet for all next week.
all of the
Yeah, dude.
chicanery that has went on, you know, a lot of people lack the perspective to what all has actually transpired.
I mean,
And-
there's so much shit that's transpired this year. It'd take us fucking almost all of January to cover all the shit that's transpired this year. Honestly.
And now I have one question that might sound obtruse or completely fucking redundant, but
I'm drinking Shining, so I don't. Everything probably will sound redundant right about this point. Yeah,
fucker, I just took a drink of coffee, you fucker.
Yeah, I stopped the COVID killers before I really get hammered.
The question I have.
Yeah, right. I just smoked a fat joint instead of packing another bowl.
Right.
Oh, great. So I'm gonna get a wide variety of answers here. Who here remembers the speech that American soldiers from the Middle East would be home by December 15th?
Oh, I remember that.
Who remembers?
Yeah.
No,
Now-
wait. Which speech? Obama gave kind of similar speech too, and well, we know that
That's why it says Bush, right?
Yeah.
But now we did see a drawdown. We have seen a drawdown, but here's the interesting thing.
They just blew our fucking embassy up, though.
Well, not
Fuck
just
them.
not just that.
Send some
but
more people in.
Here,
Stomp a mud hole in them.
Here's for those that haven't been there, been in Trashganistan, and spent time kicking that trash can around. Their opium harvest is in what month?
Oh yeah.
What month? What?
Yeah.
I'm hearing crickets.
I forgot about that. But that's pharmaceuticals. Oh wait, that's where most of our congressmen are invested in, is in pharmaceuticals now. I mean, like it.
Well, big pharma, man, they use that shit to make pharmaceutical painkillers.
So what?
Those are the ones. See that? Those are the crops that our troops are protecting.
Mm-hmm.
And those are harvested, usually starting, right after Thanksgiving. They start
Right, November, right? That's what I
Yep,
thought.
the last week of November they start harvesting, but that harvest process really doesn't kick into high gear until about the second week of December, when the bulk of that shipment starts moving to port and getting shipped out. So, or making it to the airports for ship outs. So, why would they timing?
Unpacking a bowl.
One's gonna be drunk off their ass, and the other one's gonna be baked like a fucking sweet potato.
Oh, I got Gorilla Glue right now.
Oh no.
Oh Lord, somebody's gonna be baked like a fucking turkey.
I couldn't get
Gorilla
drunk to be that
Glue and
fucking high.
Percocet.
Oh no, that's even worse.
They it really makes one, for those of us who remember Air America.
You're talking about the real event, not the movie, right?
Yeah, the real event. The actual Operation Air America.
Talking about the Vietnam one? You
Yep.
talking about
Yep.
the Vietnam one, or the 80s one, or the Baghdad one?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
there's
You
been
know,
a
there's
couple,
been like 3 or 4 different ones.
but
Especially the very first one of Desert Storm. They had a big Air America one.
but
Hence they made the movie
I
Three
think I
Kings
might have
about.
caught a flight on one of them planes once.
you know it's but people don't stop and think that how much of this actually does occur, and how, when you look at countries like Nicaragua and
Yeah.
Colombia, Brazil.
Right, Brazil.
I know it was happening. I knew it was happening in Brazil because
Costa Rica,
I lived right next to a couple of American soldiers.
you know, it's
Right, that farmed it.
you know, when you stop and think about all those previous countries that were major shippers, now all of a sudden you've got Trashganistan that is now the #1 exporter of a much more potent strain of plant.
Well, yeah, because big pharma needs that shit, baby.
And
If they didn't have that shit, they couldn't make oxycodone. They couldn't make all them painkillers they prescribed to us.
Like candy.
That Balbuca that I took as well. I forgot. Have you ever heard of Balbuca?
No, I haven't.
no, neither have I.
Oh, it's a film. You put it in your cheek like a snuff thing.
Yeah.
Ooh, when I first started taking that shit, oh my God, it would get me so fucking high, dude. I mean, it'd kill my back pain, but it would get me so fucking high. Like drooling on yourself kind of high.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. And I was taking the smallest one available.
Knock your dick
I was
straight in the
taking
dirt.
it's like 0.65 micromilligrams.
Yep, knock your dick straight in the dirt and leave it there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I hurt my back a while back.
Well, you know, you're not 25 again.
Right.
Just thought I'd throw that out to you.
Yeah, I've had
my
that.
back reminded me of that.
Yeah, I've had to be reminded a few times this year.
Oh, that
Like
you're
I
not
couldn't.
25.
I couldn't.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't even walk straight.
I'll keep my mouth shut on that one.
Hey, I can still walk straight. I can still make it down the stairs, which I have to do here in a second to grab cigarettes.
But
Yeah, I couldn't even fucking like I pinched that nerve, but I double pinched it for the sciatic nerve.
Oh no.
So I had the pain running all the way down the back of my legs to my feet.
oh,
Like I couldn't even hardly stand up. Shit.
Well,
It
you
was
know our
fucked up.
favorite. You know our favorite muscle that we somehow found a way to pull. I ended up finally
Right.
tearing that bitch.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. I was down. I mean, I worked through it, but it was only because of the fucking steroid
Right.
injections I was getting, and the fucking I don't even want to talk about the CBDs I was eating.
Steroids help.
Yeah, the steroids help. Then when I finally started getting feeling better, right before we actually started our plant actually opened back up, I tore the other one, which hurt worse than the one I normally pull on the right side.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that after that I was as soon as I got back, we started working. Yeah, I was on the forklift.
I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know.
Which I don't know whose smart idea was ever let me drive a forklift, but hey, I'm a licensed
Hey,
forklift driver
whatever.
now. Right.
That's cool.
How you keep pulling muscles, I don't know.
It's called raking fucking over fucking what? And that time period we were shut down over fucking almost 100,000 pounds of screws
Huh.
of various fucking sizes.
You pull a rib muscle in a heartbeat.
But
I
hey,
fucked mine up moving the gun chest.
well, fuck, I'd believe it.
That's how I did mine. I was moving that.
You know, those say, Rob, not to sound like the smartass of the group, but you do know that you're supposed to, if you're going to move those, you're supposed to empty them first. Did
Fuck
you?
that.
You did get that memo, right?
No.
Oh,
Fuck emptying that thing. Jesus Christ. That's where all the weight is.
yeah, but it makes it moving it so much easier.
Yeah, I know, but I was trying to be lazy about it.
I've a buddy of mine dropped one of those big, I think a 24 gun safes. He was moving it from one side of his basement to the other, and they took all the weapons out, but they forgot about the ammo storage box on the bottom. And when they sat it down with the dolly, they sat it on top of his foot.
Wow.
Not just the like on top of the toes, but literally on the top of his foot.
Right. Yeah, it's broke.
I had to upgrade steel toes to fucking steel toes and fucking steel toe fucking tongue.
Oh,
Yeah, with the tongue.
Oh yeah, I fucking had
I
some
always
pipes
like
come
those
down on me.
ones with the
Fucking, I still got the knot on my foot from that one. Then I had somebody set a full box of fucking parts down on my fucking foot. Thankfully, it was on the tip of my boot, which was steel toe, but it crushed that.
steel toes would not have helped this one.
Well, probably not.
Steel toes would have only exacerbated this one.
Probably would have cut his toes off.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
He got lucky with only 90% of the bones in his foot broke. Just 90.
That's one too many.
And we reminded him repetitively that next time he goes to move said chest, that he should probably empty the whole thing completely. He's still.
Mine didn't have any guns in it. It was just full of ammo.
That's even worse.
That's all that was in this one too was ammo. And
your ammo fucking weighs more than your guns.
Well, no, mine was like probably in the 35,000 rounds range. Yeah, 35,000. Yeah, at least.
Yeah, your ammo outweighs your guns.
That's about what was
easy.
That's about what was in this chest, was in that 20s range, and that was 14 months ago. He's still in one of those air cast boots.
Oh yeah.
Still.
No, don't fuck with your feet.
Yeah.
No, bad. It takes forever to heal.
No.
I know.
No. All bad, right.
I've busted up my ankles. Fucking clear down to fucking hairline fractures. Oh no. Yeah, a year. At most for a hairline fracture, it's gonna take you a year to heal, and I wouldn't want to do it now. I don't heal as fast as I used to.
Oh, you're not 29 yet?
No.
Yeah, no. That's worse than messing with
I'm 30.
Gun safes.
I'll give it 30.
Messing with gun safes, that's like chasing redheaded Russians.
Fuck redheads. I am done with redheads. Nope, no more redheads
Gotta
for
love
me.
a redhead.
Nope.
But think of
Crazy
all
bitches.
But think of
murderous bitches, more like it.
Think of think of the positive lessons you learned. That you learned, though, Drew.
Yeah, never date a fucking schizophrenic, fucking multi-personality, fucking redhead.
They're not all like that.
It don't matter what. Hey. You can even leave the redhead part out. Just the first two's enough to disqualify already.
I didn't know about the first two part until I fucking moved in.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, yeah. It was bad. It was bad.
You should have known something was fucked up. Right?
Right.
Yeah, but just think of all the positive lessons.
Tricky, didn't you?
Oh yeah. Very. No more fucking dating anybody off that life.
Well, hell no. God no. Lord no. Jeez, fuck no.
Think of all the positive lessons that you learned from that.
No.
No. Hey, the bedroom play was just fine. As long as it stayed in,
right, that part was fun, I'm sure.
As long as it stayed there, friends with benefits, and all that, that was cool. No, I had a sucker moment.
When you got possessive, it becomes a different story.
Oh, the warning signs were there, and I had it all tuned off.
Russian redheads are worse.
I can tell you about a Russian girl now.
Oh yeah, I classed them just
Amber was Russian.
I classed them right up there with Italians. Although I take a crazy Italian.
Amber from Ohio was Russian. She could speak that shit too. Which I thought was amazing because you know. Oh, I forgot. We're on a live stream. I can't talk about that. But,
Yeah.
yeah, you get her going, get her worked up, boy. She'd start speaking Russian. That'd be great. That's when you knew you were doing big things.
Yep.
Oh, we got an explosion in Baltimore. What? Hold up. Oh, this is fucking old news.
Well, like I said, this year it's not gonna.
Baltimore gas and electric building in downtown Baltimore. Hold on. This might be new.
That's new to me.
You guys hear about a Baltimore gas and electric building blowing up?
No.
Nope.
21 injured, 9 critically in explosion at Baltimore BG&E Building Company. Says natural gas not involved. At a Baltimore gas and electric building in downtown Baltimore Wednesday morning.
How are we just now
hearing about this?
Yeah. How are we just now hearing about that?
Right.
I tell you what, some people are
fuck?
slipping on their job.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know, that just never mind. Not going there.
Right. That's pertinent information, assholes.
Right. And, that could add to certain other theories. But hey.
Hey, I did watch Forged in Fire the other night because I was bored. And it was cool though, because they were they had to make the a replica George Washington sword.
Oh. I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah, it was a pretty nice sword, dude. But it was funny because dude broke the one guy's sword. The bitch broke in 3 pieces.
Ooh.
Oh, snap.
Oh yeah, Doug McCarter went to work on that fucking pig with it.
Oh, McCarter, he's an animal.
I wouldn't fuck with that guy.
His first 2 thrusts were stabs. It was a stab, slash. On the 4th slash, he just disintegrated dude's sword into 3 pieces. And then looked at the other guy and went, well, your sword has to survive 4 strikes. But yeah, dude's sword survived. He made a pretty badass joke.
McCarter is crazy.
So that motherfucker's lethal. Not crazy.
Oh yeah, dude, I wouldn't want to fight him in a knife fight.
Oh my God.
He's got rabbits in his hand. You better be a mile away.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm shooting him from down the road.
Yeah, because if he's got karambits in it, you're done.
Yeah, from down the road, dude, I'm shooting him.
No, yeah, that he's the exception. Don't bring a knife to a gunfight. You bring a gun to that knife fight.
Right.
Well, you might get
lucky.
lucky.
Want to bring 2 guns. Fuck it.
You might get lucky.
You're better off just to bring an AA-12 and say,
yeah,
you're good.
And they don't know the worst part is that man. They don't talk about that. The part they don't talk about is he's just as deadly with his fucking hands.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, no, I want him on my side. Thank you very much. Give me him, Hitchcock, and I'm good.
Right.
Whoa.
Speaking of knives,
hey,
I went on during the lockdown. I kind of went on a cold steel spree. You remember the Safe Maker 1?
Yeah.
I got one of them now.
Oh.
Dude, it's sweet. And then I got the other one, the Marauder. It's kind of like a Bowie knife.
I've seen the Marauder.
Yeah, I wound up getting the Marauder as well. I got the Safe Maker 1, Safe Maker 2, and Safe Maker 3. And I've got 4 of the Safe Maker 4s, the little 1.5-inch blade serrated ones,
Yes.
the little fist knife.
Uh-huh. The punching dagger. Well, not
Mhm.
dagger, but
I bought that for the girls.
they'll gonna love that.
You know, right. Well, they, 2 each, 1 for each hand. To be able to shred somebody with that fucking thing. But yeah, that Safe Maker 1, dude, that's a nice motherfucker. It was definitely worth the $29 I paid for it. And you'll never guess where I got it.
What? Churches?
Fucking Target.
Target? Wow.
Target.
Whoa,
Right.
dude. How many y'all actually follow wrestling?
Oh, what's his name?
No,
Guy? Yeah, 43.
41.
my wife won't let me.
Brody Lee.
Who?
Also,
Brody Lee.
he was
Don't know.
also known as under a different name as well. Luke Harper.
I don't
Yep.
know. No. What happened?
Lung infection.
I mean, we
Should
lost
be
a lot
eating
of
black
people
girl
this
pussy.
year, though.
We lost a shit ton
Yeah.
of big names in this year. I ain't gonna lie.
Well,
That
what
one,
about that radio dude?
Which radio dude?
That's got some kind of fucking lung cancer or something. Oh, Rush Limbaugh or somebody?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about him.
He's got some kind of fucking lung cancer or something. Okay, Bears, it's time for you to go to bed now. How's that? My 10-year-old's telling me it's time for me to go to sleep.
That's Ari.
Yeah. She came out of her bedroom to use the bathroom. Now I'm sitting here in the living room. She was like, "Go to sleep, Daddy."
And she'll be up to 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right, she will. Especially because she's not in school right now. And she's got a brand new Kindle.
Oh, no.
the only thing I have
Oh,
out
yeah.
of the Baltimore
They got upgrades.
Cecil County area is that they're
Even
under.
bigger ones, got built-in stand on the back. They're pretty sweet.
Only thing I'm showing 6 hours ago was that the Conowingo Dam is currently has 17 gates open and is expected to open 3 more, and due to severe flooding in the Baltimore region. I'm not showing
Hold on, I'm gonna go back and look for the story.
1 hour ago.
I might be able to share the link. There we go. Baltimore local CBS. I'm not trying to follow you on Twitter. I just want to share it, bitch. Load. Well, I guess I could just fucking retweet it, huh?
Yep.
There, I just retweeted it.
All right, come on.
And liked it.
Now I gotta scroll back up here and
Or just go to my.
I tried going to your page.
There's such a.
Of course, I
Right,
think
you just usually just go to somebody's page. It's easier.
I think I'm pretty much on Twitter's shadow ban list right now.
I've seen Breeze retweet of your thing.
This is pretty crazy. Stanford Health.
I know I'm kind of high. I know I'm kind of high, but they're not. All they're saying is gas wasn't related, but they're not saying what made it blow up so far.
There we go. I think. I mean, how didn't that get headlines?
Right?
You know, the odd part.
Okay. It says a construction-related incident occurred at their offices at 2 Center Plaza in downtown Baltimore. The incident appears to be related to a construction work. What the fuck made it blow up then?
Right. If gas wasn't the cause.
Okay. Boiling, the air handling and boiler system. I can see a boiler blowing up and fucking something up.
Right.
Yeah, but a boiler, a gas, a facility like this, would not be using a boiler system. They would be using modern day
yeah, it's a newer building.
They would be using an HVAC system.
Yeah, it's a new building.
They would not be using something as archaic as a boiler system. They would have a HEPA filtration system that is like next to state of the art. So I don't believe for a moment that
it was the boiler.
I don't believe that for a second that it was a boiler. All right, now why is my email pinging?
Oh, don't look at me.
Yeah. That ain't me. I don't use those those fucking things. I got some of them forever stamps and a pile of envelopes and paper and pencil.
But it doesn't make sense that a building of that magnitude would don't make.
It wasn't a boiler. Stop lying, bitches.
I sorry, I've been in Baltimore, and very few buildings, especially high rises, use boilers.
Right. Well, my old elementary school used a boiler.
Well, yeah, so did ours. I'm not.
You know, but that's an old elementary school in Ohio.
Now my brother's got a radiated system with the old radiators, but I tell you what, there's no boiler attached to it. That shit they got now.
I rented a place that had steam heat, and that fucking place was awesome.
Yeah, I was gonna say the shit they use now for
those steam heaters.
Uh-huh.
That place, man, I tell you what, in the wintertime it stayed toasty.
Now them outdoor boiler systems,
yeah, my neighbor's got one of them.
Those aren't, when them things go,
he likes it.
When those, you never got to worry about running out of hot water with them fucking things.
That's what he said. He said when the grid goes down, we'll always have hot water at his house. Take a shower.
You know, there's two things. that
So
were
Texas is preppers, Smiley.
What?
Texas?
Are they?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, that might explain. That
He's
explains
come
a
out.
little bit.
Yeah, he's come out and talked to me about it. He's talked to me and Dave, you know, the neighbor up on the hill.
Yeah.
He's an engineer as well, though.
Ah.
that there's another one that a lot of people don't think about is geotherm.
Oh yes.
Geotherm actually isn't bad. It doesn't pump out
Jimmy rocks.
the heat quite as good as the outdoor wood burners do, but they're a little bit safer, and you ain't gotta
Right.
go cutting firewood every time you turn around, having to go get firewood. It there's pros and cons to both systems.
Right. Right.
And
Well,
I'm
for some hillbillies up here in the mountains, throwing some wood on the fire twice a day is not an issue, and we got plenty of trees up here for wood if we need them.
but geotherm
You know.
isn't. It is a excellent backup to the to those systems. It really is.
Too many rocks on the mountain to be digging around.
Right.
Well, I would agree with that. You got to have the right space and the right place for that to actually work. But
Yeah, there's too many rocks up here.
But folks, it's like almost 20 to after 11 here, and I have to be up at like before 7 a.m.
Hey,
So my ass has to like
microdot.
I gotta like do the bouncy thing before I end up before my meds that I took like an hour ago have me like sliding out of my chair and sleeping underneath my desk. So I'm gonna go ahead and hop out. But
well, we're about at that hour mark anyway. It's probably a good place to fucking cancel it because it's I'm at part 5, but we're at like 5 hours.
Yeah, and it's been a good, and we could spend another 3 hours covering some of the lesser obscure things that a lot of people. While the left hand is over here, the right hand is over here. Type issues that a lot of people missed. And I'll be around part of the day tomorrow. I think.
I'll be recovering from a hangover.
You a hangover? Never. But we'll see. But y'all behave. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. And hit me up sometime, Rob.
Yeah,
I still
I'll do that.
I still got the same damn number.
Okay.
So y'all behave. Don't be a stranger till we catch each other on the next one. Y'all behave, be safe, take care of each other. And even that crazy drunk fucker down on the corner. Take care of that one too. Peace, y'all. Take care. God bless. I'm out of here.
Yep. Because I know this is going to end here in a little bit anyway. So, hope you guys enjoyed.
All right. That'll work.
Now, as far as my predictions for 2021, simple. Don't get your hopes up. I look for it to be far worse than what 2020 was. So.
Exactly. Especially if, Biden gets in office.
There's
Which
nothing.
it's looking like that's what's going to happen. So,
Oh yeah,
you know,
yeah. I mean, you still got a few things in the motion, but yeah, no. The powers that be, they want.
right. I am holding my breath.
Yeah. And I'm not holding my breath for anything better in 2021.
And
But hey,
yeah, you're right. That $600. Hey, but that $600 stimulus, man, now that's going to help you out.
right.
That ain't going to do dick, bitch.
Nope. It's not. It's only not. It's a week's worth of pay for me and 2 days.
It ought to be fucking like 10K if they was really trying to help somebody out.
I mean, if they were really trying to help people out, go back to what Trump originally proposed about the gold and giving everybody $1 million.
That would be sweet.
Right. Everybody can pay off their debts.
Well, you know, when all this broke down, man, I ain't gonna lie. While it happened and all this, and up until this point, up to today, I've went through fucking $12,000 worth of savings I had put up.
Uh-huh.
Just living.
I went through everything I had saved up.
You know, we had 12 grand saved up that I was going to use to put a fence up and buy a tractor.
Which is needed.
And the next step, and then the next step, I was buying animals. But yeah. So really, they ought to give us all like 10K each, motherfuckers.
So like I said, $600, that don't even pay the bills. That don't
Right.
even really, I mean, truthfully, since I've been buying groceries in the household, that don't even fucking pay groceries for the month.
Exactly.
And I'm only feeding a family of 4.
Yep, same here. 12 people, 2 kids, and me and Jen. And not so much me lately. Because I've lost, almost 90 pounds.
Damn, that's where all that weight came from.
I'm down to 243 pounds, man.
I'm at 215.
Yeah, I'm at 243 now. But I was at 323, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I was at 323.
But I'm sure I'm going to drop.
So I'm close to pushing that limit.
I'm going to drop a few pounds fucking next week so I can eat solid food again.
Yeah, that's been my problem. That's why I've lost a lot of weight. I ain't been able to eat that much. My stomach's been fucked up, and they ain't figured out what's wrong with it. I even went down and did fucking tests at the hospital where you drink that fucking liquid shit.
Uh-huh.
They think I might have an ulcer. And I went, oh, yeah, I mean, I have no reason to have a fucking ulcer.
Right. I don't know. Shocked
Like,
a lot
dude,
of.
I don't even drink. Are you serious?
Right. I keep my drinking to a minimum. Usually on Fridays or Saturdays.
It's like, you muggers is crazy. We'll smoke some of that green, though, you know. But that's natural.
Right.
Eat some cookies.
Which should be legal in every state by now.